such an amazing cause to support. So every single athlete here has a story. Some are chasing personal bests, some are running for a cause, and some are here to simply prove to themselves that they can do the hard things. So whatever brought you here, know today that the community is behind you. Come on, let's get some excitement. Come on, everybody cheer!
Good morning. My name is Mike Melton. I'm your timing monkey for the weekend. I'm really happy you guys are here. This is a great race. You're going to have a lot of fun. And Laura FedExed this weather in for you people. I mean, come on, let's give her a round of applause for getting the weather. Okay, here's how timing works. Everyone should have a race bib. I see lots of people wearing them. You're doing great work on the front of you because that way we can realize who you are as you're coming towards us. There's a timing chip on the back of that bib, and the timing equipment here and out on the course will see that as you approach the equipment. You also have, those of you who are not relays, have a shoe tag, and that's also a piece of the timing equipment. And people say, why do I have both? Because I'm a belt and suspenders kind of guy. I never want my pants down around my ankles. I don't want to have to say to you, sorry, I missed a few laps. Too bad, so sad. So here's how this works. The lap size, if you're an A-looper, is 400 meters. And that is measured about 20 centimeters from the inside edge of the white line. So if you're out in lane 3 all day, that's bonus mileage. And we don't charge you for any of that. That's free miles. But you don't get credit for that either, because every time you come around on the A-loop, you're going to get credited for 400 meters completed. So everyone on the A-loop belongs in lane 1, provided 2 things. One is that you're running single file, running or walking in single file, and with purpose. So if you are on your phone, if you're taking a little break, if you're talking with somebody else and there are 2 of you side by side, if you're taking a snack, step out onto the white line between 1 and 2 or step into lane 2, because we want the people with lane 1 not to be hindered. It is the job of the person who's moving faster to always negotiate their way around the slower person. If you are running or walking on the track, don't be looking behind you. It's the job of the people coming up on you to get around you, not your job to get out of their way. So I know you all have your Garmin GPS watches on, and I can tell you that the distance is going to be completely different than what your results show. So here's how this works. The result is a calculation. We know that this is a 400-meter loop, and on the B side, we know it's 1,696 meters. And so every time you come through the start-finish area here, you're going to get credited with that much distance, regardless of what your watch says. And so, you know, that's the way it is. So as you come through on either side, right now, we're going to start with the sun behind us. As you go through on the inside edge of the track, about 40 meters down is or 30 meters down is a TV screen, and that'll show the number of laps you've done, the miles and kilometers, the time of your last lap, what place you're in, what you had for breakfast. I try and put as much information on the screen as I can. If you have a question about time here, if your name doesn't appear, you should come around and next time you pass by and say, hey, my name didn't pop up. And we watch that stuff pretty carefully as well, so we'll keep an eye. So, but check that monitor on a regular basis. And when we turn and go the other way, there'll be a monitor under the blue tent right here. So, and let's talk about the turn since I mentioned it. So every 4 hours, we turn and go the other direction. And you don't have to worry about it. We will direct you. It happens right here at the arch. So if 4 hours hits and you're out on the course somewhere on the B loop, you don't have to stop and turn around out there. You just keep coming around, and when you get to here, we'll turn you around and go the other way. Now, you A-loopers, it's pretty simple. You're going to go to the arch, run under the arch, go around the cone, turn around, and start going the other way. And once you've seen one of the turns, you sort of can't unsee it. I'm really sorry about that. So the B-loopers, when you B-loopers are running, you notice you're going to start here on the B-loop. The first thing you're going to do is run the track, and then you're going to exit back over there at the gate. You're going to run out on the park area. You're going to come back in and finish the loop here. When you turn around and go the other way, you do not go out around the track. You go back out on the track portion is the last part you do on the clockwise. Counterclockwise, it's the first thing you do to start the loop. It's the last thing you do when you're coming in from the clockwise loop. And we'll have volunteers watching for you. So So this is a go as you please race, which means you're free to stop and start. You can sit down, take a break. You can get back up and keep running. If you're free to leave the park area and go home or shop or whatever and come back. We've had people do that, especially overnight. People say, look, I got to go home for a little while. I'll be back in the morning and finish up. If you're going to leave the park, turn your shoe tag in, because if you have your shoe tag, we know you're somewhere here on our property. If we have your shoe tag, we know you've checked out. And that's one of the ways we keep track of who's here. When you get off the track to go to your tent or your car or the bathroom or whatever, the rule is you get back on the course where you got off and keep going in the same direction you were going, even if we have turned around while you've been off the track. So if we're going clockwise and you step off for a nap and you come back and we're going counterclockwise, don't just join the flow. You have to finish that lap up and turn here under the arc. We're not doing partial laps before time expires, except for people who are setting records. So my best advice to you here, this is the key thing. Everything you want is in front of you. Never, ever, ever go backwards. If you come through and you go, oh, geez, I wanted to get a cup of coffee at the aid station, don't stop and turn around and walk backwards to it. Just keep going, because you know what? You're going to pass the aid station again in 1,600 or 400 meters. So everything you want is in front of you. Bad shit happens when you go backwards. Don't do it. Always go forwards. Every step, if you're going forwards, every step counts. If you go backwards, you're wasting time, energy, and steps. And frankly, I work too hard for my steps to waste them away. So go forwards all the time, folks. Have a great race. If you're looking for, we've got some QR codes posted around. If you scan that, the results are live. And if you click on your name, you can see a lap-by-lap splits for every lap you did. So, and if you don't have a shoe tag, Alex has the shoe tags. Come on over here and we'll get you checked out. We've got about 4 minutes and 20 seconds till the start. So, any last-minute stuff, Lauren? All right. We're going to turn it back over to Crystal here, and she's going to get you rocking.
All right, who's excited? Who's excited to get started? All right, let's hear some cheers. Who's doing this for the very first time this year? Who's done this before? Amazing. All right, who's here for the relay races? Can you hear the relay racers? I know, it's not a lot of you yet, because you guys get to take turns. All right, who's here for the 6-hour runs? Yeah, baby. All right, and who's here for 12 hours? All right, and a super big cheer. Who is here for the 24-hour? That is so amazing. So, like Mike said, when you are feeling tired of anything, just keep going. Everything is in front of you. Keep moving. The harder you push, the better you will feel at the end. All right, and does everybody have their race tag, their shoe tags? Anybody who has not picked up their shoe tags, please make your way to the timing tent. We've got less than 3 minutes until we are starting.
Hey! What's going on here? Hey! What's going on here? Hey! What's going on here? Hey! Hey! Get out of the picture. I'm kicking the shin.
Yeah, let's hear a cheer for the volunteers who make this weekend happen. And one more cheer for the sponsors that are making this possible. All right, guys, you got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
All right, athletes, less than a minute, and we're just over a minute to go. This is the time. Take a deep breath, look around you, because you are surrounded by people who are also willing to embrace this challenge with you. In just moments, this is about to begin. So for all the spectators, I want you guys cheering really loud for these athletes because they need all the encouragement.
I didn't know this. I know that was going to be good.
All right, our countdown is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Save the best for last.
Just watch that.
I said, would you run through once? Oh, you got to go on the Swiss circle. Oh, that's yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, all I care about.
Welcome to Saffron Center. We provide resources and support for those who have experienced sexual violence. This is Yukon. She's our facility support dog. While Yukon is usually booked with one of our clients, she'll be taking you on a tour today. Here is one of our counseling rooms. Our team will listen and assist you in choosing the program that best supports you on your healing journey. And this is our playroom. It is available for our youngest clients. We offer a play therapy program for children ages 4 through 12. Our police and court support program has set this room up to allow clients to report sexual violence to police in a comfortable setting. This program is designed to provide information, support, and accompaniment to clients and their families throughout the justice process. If you or someone you love has experienced sexual violence, Saffron is a safe space for you to start your healing journey. Call us at 780-449-0900.
You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. And on behalf of our entire team, thank you so much for joining us for this incredible event. Today, athletes from across Canada and the country are about to challenge themselves in one of the toughest endurance events around. Some participants will be out here for 24 hours. Others are taking on the 12-hour events, 6-hour events, or relay division with teammates sharing the challenge together. But no matter the distance, no matter the pace, no matter the reason they signed up, everybody stepping onto this track today is choosing to challenge themselves for something bigger than themselves. Because Survivorfest has never just been about running. It's about community, it's about perseverance, it's about supporting one another through difficult moments. And most importantly, it's about raising awareness and funds in support of the Saffron Center and the incredibly important work they do throughout our community. The Saffron Center provides support, advocacy, counseling, education, and healing services for children, youth, adults, and families affected by sexual violence. They also work proactively within schools and throughout the community to help prevent abuse through education and awareness programs. And that work matters deeply. Sexual violence remains one of the most underreported crimes in Canada, and many survivors carry trauma silently for years before ever reaching out for support. Organizations like the Saffron Center help create safe spaces where survivors can be heard, supported, and believed. And that's why this event exists. Every lap completed today helps raise awareness. Every donation helps support important services. And every athlete out here today is helping to remind people that they are not alone. If you would like to support the cause, there's a donation link available in the YouTube video description and comments throughout the broadcast. And now let's talk a little bit about the challenge these athletes are about to take on. For those of you joining us for the very first time, here's how Survivorfest works. Once that clock starts at 9 a.m., athletes continue moving for that duration of the event, covering as much distance as possible before time runs out. Sounds simple, right? But anyone who has ever participated in endurance events knows the real challenge begins long after the excitement of the start line disappears. As the hours pass, fatigue begins to settle in. Muscles tighten. Feet hurt. And energy fades. And every lap becomes just as much a mental challenge as a physical one. But that's also when some of the most important and inspiring moments begin to happen. You'll see athletes encouraging complete strangers. You'll see relay teammates lifting each other up through difficult stretches. You'll see volunteers helping athletes push through tough moments. And you'll see people discovering strength they didn't know they had. That's the heart of Survivorfest. This event has always been about ordinary people doing extraordinary things together. And throughout the event, our live broadcast team will be bringing you athlete interviews, race updates, sponsor spotlights, behind-the-scenes coverage, community stories, and conversations that help connect this event back to the important reason we're all here. And while the athletes may be the ones on the track, events like this truly take an entire community to make happen. We want to recognize and thank incredible volunteers, sponsors, crew members, medical teams, photographers, timers, organizers, families, and supporters who help bring Survivorfest to life every single year. Without all of you, this simply would not happen. And to all the athletes preparing for the start line right now, thank you. Whether you are here chasing a personal best, testing your limits, supporting a friend, honoring someone important to you, or just simply trying to survive one lap at a time, you belong here. And to everybody watching online, thank you for spending part of your weekend with us. Grab a coffee, settle in, cheer on the athletes throughout the day, and if you're enjoying the broadcast, share it with your friends. Share it with your family and coworkers and running communities to help us spread awareness for both Survivorfest and the Saffron Center. every share helps more people learn about the incredible event and the important cause behind it. This is Survivorfest 2026, and we are officially underway. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park here in Sherwood Park, Alberta. Right now, out on that track, athletes are settling into the rhythm of this race. Some are running comfortably, some are already mixing in walking, some are stopping briefly at their aid stations, grabbing food, changing shoes, stretching. And if you're new to ultra running, you might be watching all of this and wondering, what's exactly going on here? Because a 24-hour race is very different from a marathon. Throughout Survivorfest, we're going to take a few moments to talk about what makes ultra running so interesting, because if you're new to this sport, a 24-hour race can look a little confusing at first. People are running, walking, eating, changing shoes, sitting down, getting back up, and somehow continuing through an entire day and night. But once you understand what's happening underneath the surface, it becomes a lot more interesting to watch. So let's start with the basics. An ultramarathon is a race longer than the traditional marathon distance of 42.2 kilometers. That means 50K is an ultra, 100K is an ultra, a 100-mile race is an ultra, and a 24-hour race like Survivorfest is very much part of the ultra running world. But the interesting thing about a 24-hour race is that the finish line, it's not a distance. The finish line is time. In a regular race, the question is usually, how long will it take someone to finish the distance? But in a 24-hour race, the question changes. It becomes, how much distance can someone cover before the clock runs out? And that changes everything. I mean, every lap matters. A fast lap counts, a slow lap counts, a walking lap counts, a tough lap counts. If a runner is still moving, they're still adding to their total. That's part of what makes this format so powerful. There's room for all kinds of goals. Some runners may be chasing a specific distance, some may be trying to stay moving for the full 24 hours, some may be doing their first ultra. Some may be here to support the cause. Some may simply want to find out what they're capable of. All of those goals matter. Ultra running is not just about speed. Speed helps, of course, but over this time, or over much time, it becomes about so much more. It's about pacing, patience, nutrition, hydration, mental toughness, problem solvings, and the community around you. It's about how well someone can manage themselves when the day gets long, when the body gets tired, and when the mind starts asking questions. That's why ultra running is so fascinating. On the surface, it looks like people moving around a course. But underneath, every runner is managing their own race, their own reason, and their own challenges. So as you continue to watch Survivorfest, remember this: the clock is the course. Every lap tells part of the story. And in 24-hour races, just continuing to move is a pretty incredible thing. Whether you are here chasing and the Saffron Center, every share helps more people learn about the incredible event and the important cause behind it. Whether you are here chasing and the Saffron Center, every share helps more people learn about the incredible event and the important cause behind it. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police Check. Okay, I'm going to transition it over. All right. Okay, good morning. I'm Michael Burtis. I'm your host for this evening, or I guess it's still this morning, isn't it? I got a long way before it's this evening, and I'm joined by Maya from the Saffron Center. Welcome, Maya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming. So for viewers that might not be too familiar with what the Saffron Center is, can you tell us a little bit about the organization and the important work that you guys do in the community?
Absolutely. Yeah, so Saffron Center is a sexual assault center. We are based in Sherwood Park, Alberta, but we serve Edmonton and all other surrounding communities as well. We have 3 core services that we offer to clients. So we do counseling. We have a wide variety of programs that provide that therapeutic support to people who want to come to see us. We also have a preventative education program. So that is my job, and I spend like 90% of my time in schools, but I'm also out and about in the community. I talk to students of all ages, and I also talk to parents and teachers and professionals about a wide range of topics. So things like healthy relationships and internet safety and consent. And then for adults and professionals, we have trainings on like how to manage disclosures and how to support safety overall. And then Saffron Center has a police and court support program. So we have specialized criminal justice navigators that provide information about the justice system. They can provide information on what reporting a personal experience could look like. If people just want information, they have questions. And then they also provide information and emotional support to people as they navigate the whole criminal justice system. And the star of everything that we do at Saffron is our facility support dog, Yukon.
Yep.
She is a 6-year-old black lab, and we like to say just like people have pets at home to help them feel better, that's exactly what Yukon does for everyone who comes to see us. She works in all of our programs. She works with clients of all ages. To highlight what she does, she can curl up small and fit under the witness stand, so she's right there with clients while they're sharing their stories. So she's definitely the most special employee that we have.
Awesome. Yeah, we share the video that you guys have up on the Saffron website about Yukon, and Yukon did actually come to visit us 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have to get Yukon to come back one of these years.
We will, absolutely. I'm not her main handler,
No.
so she knows she can get away with more with me, and she does. So
Perfect.
She was not able to come with me today.
Okay.
But absolutely, we'll get her back.
Awesome. Okay, and who does the Saffron Center serve? Is there a particular population or community that you work with?
Yeah, so Saffron Center has programs for anyone 4 years and older. So we say 4 to 84. But Saffron Center is for anyone who's been impacted by sexual violence. So if anyone has had a current or a historic experience that they're still trying to navigate, we have all those specialized supports for survivors.
Awesome. And a lot of people hear the term support services, but may not really understand what that actually looks like from a day-to-day perspective. And so what are some of those programs or services that the Saffron Center provides to survivors and the families of survivors as well?
For sure. Yeah, support services is such a big general term. That's just like those resources and places people can access to get the help that they need. And so Saffron has counseling as one of our support services. So to be able to provide that emotional, therapeutic processing support to people who need it. We have a wide variety of counseling programs. So for people who are on our wait list, we have a program for them, all the way for people who are through their therapeutic processing and they want some more spaces to just like talk about how they're navigating life after counseling. We have those programs too. And then we also have that police and court support. And so that is a really special service that really is for survivors to feel supported as they navigate the justice system, because we know how hard that could be, even to just like get the information and make sure that people are like, we're all on the same page and moving forward together. So having those people who are there to provide that specialized support to those survivors.
I
is
can
so
imagine
special.
how overwhelming that would be for
Can
sure
be,
for anybody.
absolutely.
Yeah. And so beyond that direct service, support service that you provide, you do a lot around prevention as well, and education and awareness work throughout the community. So can you talk a little bit about those initiatives, like the school programs that you have or the community outreach?
Absolutely. Yeah. So Our education program is in schools all over Sherwood Park and Edmonton, and we're out in the country as well, going to some rural communities. We talk to students of all ages, and it's all age-appropriate material. And so we have storybooks for kindergartners, and they're about boundaries, and they're about talking to trusted adults and like knowing when we feel uncomfortable, and that's okay. And then for elementary, we have presentations on healthy relationships, so boundaries and how to be a really good friend. And we have the basics of internet safety. And then those really create the foundation for our junior high and high school program. So we have a level 1 and level 2 for all of our presentations. So there is a healthy relationships series. So there's a Healthy Relationships 101, which covers the foundations of like boundaries and consent. And then level 2 gets into more advanced topics. So that one for healthy relationships starts to discuss more about abuse and what that could look like. And so we also have topics on internet safety and sexual violence prevention. And we have one presentation that's just about learning about trauma. It's very psychoeducational, so great for some students to learn more about those things. And then we have a wide variety of presentations for adults as well, right? And that really just helps to create that overall impact. So everyone's getting the same information. It's just developmentally appropriate. And so we're talking to students of like, who is a trusted adult? What does that look like? And we're talking to more grown kiddos, youth, about the importance of trusted adults and how it making sure you have a couple in your back pocket, because it's really important that we have an adult who has all the information and access to supports. And then we're talking to adults about what it means to be a trusted adult and how important it is to have that connection. So it really is the same information overall. It's just developmentally appropriate and presented in those different ways to make it more accessible. And then outreach is just so important for events like this, where we're able to just get the word out, let people know that Saffron is here just in case if they need us. And it really is just important to create more awareness of the issue overall, and so we can have more community response for survivors.
Awesome. And have you seen the demand for your services just continue to grow? And if so, what does that say about the need for organizations like Saffron?
Absolutely, right? So we know that prevalence rates for sexual violence have not necessarily changed over the last couple of years. That being said, over the last 5 years, we have seen a 100% increase in demands for our services. And so what that is telling us is that while we might not be seeing an increase in prevalence in the community, we are seeing a big cultural shift, especially in the last 10 years, over how people respond to sexual violence and the awareness that's growing for this issue, and people understanding that there are places for them to access supports, and it's okay for them to access supports, and they actually deserve it. Absolutely. And so when we're seeing the demand grow for services, we're seeing that cultural shift towards more understanding and more need for services, and people feel like they can access supports, and absolutely they deserve it.
Great. And so what are some of those biggest challenges that the Saffron Center faces when it comes to providing those services?
Yeah, I think something that we've seen across the board in our clients is just an increasing complexities in cases. And so we've seen a couple more serious domestic violence incidents come through. We've seen more families with very high conflict, and we're seeing more mental health challenges just across the board. And so we are running into issues of just not having enough specialized space to be able to provide support to all these people. And then we're also working within systems, right? And so one challenge that we had for education, especially earlier this year, was the teacher strike. And so classes were done and we were not in schools anymore. And so we knew that was coming. So we had a quick meeting, we pivoted, and we made the online learning series. So we were able to provide all of our education. We made a schedule to provide all of them at least twice throughout the strike, and people could log in online and access them through a Zoom meeting. So our educators were online just waiting there if anyone wanted to learn, we were there to provide the information still. So
incredible. Wow, good stuff. Awesome. And so obviously there's a lot of tough stories, but what about some of those moments that really stand out, that show really the impact that you guys are making?
That's a good question. One story that really stands out to me was actually I was at a school and I just happened to be there as the situation was unfolding with intimate image sharing. And so because it was unfolding at that time and I just happened to be there as this expert on this topic, I was able to provide some support to those students right away that were impacted, and I was able to provide them some information and some validation in their story and then get them connected to more supports. And so from that day of me just being at that school, we have now been able to provide police and court support services and families, not even just the students that were impacted, but like their parents as well, who, when you see your kiddo now navigating something that can be hard for you. And so we have therapeutic counseling for the students and their families as well. And so we've been able to, it was a really incredible moment just to see like how a moment can happen through education and then all the supports engage, and now everyone can come to what these families are coming to one place where they're accessing all the specialized supports that they would have to need to navigate that situation.
Yeah, and that education around internet usage is so very important these days.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And okay, so now moving over to Survivorfest as a partner, so Survivorfest has always been more than just running, right? And so from your perspective, what does it mean to see athletes out there, or volunteers or sponsors, and just the community coming together to support the Saffron Center?
I'm really speechless today. Like, it's fantastic to see so many people, so many community members come out and just surround around this cause. We're so grateful. We are so touched. Like, there really aren't enough words to describe what that impact means to us and what these funds are going to be able to do and for us, and how we're going to be able to use them to help people moving forward. And so just being able to see a community engage and come together and put on this incredible event, and so many people are here and so many supporters are here. It's really about creating that community around survivors and creating that, like, shifting that culture towards awareness and letting people know that it's okay, right? And you're not alone. Absolutely. The number one thing here today is I can see that no one is alone.
Yeah, that's great. And so you see a ton of volunteers that require to put an event like this on. And so the Saffron Center couldn't exist without the people behind it. And so can you speak a little bit about the staff and the volunteers that you have and what it takes to have to work, or to work at the Saffron Center?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think with any job, sometimes you hear you're like, oh, what do you do? And someone shares their job and you're like, I could never do that. And I think me and all my colleagues share that experience a lot, where people are like, what do you do? And sometimes we just say we work at a sexual assault center, and the conversation will stop there. And so it really is kind of like a calling to some extent. Like, we felt like this was our path and this is where our path led us, and we love being here. And so much so that showing up every day, it really is about the culture that we create with everyone at the office, right? As much as we do interact with these topics all day, that can be tough in its own ways, and we are seeing hard stories. There is a lot of laughter and a lot of joy and a lot of kindness at the office. There's always people to lean on. There's always someone that you can access some support from if we need to just lean a little bit on someone. Everyone's there to lean a little, give a little. So it really is just about the culture you create, about showing up every day and making sure, like, we're not alone in the work that we do either, right? There's always a lot of places that we can turn to if we need to. And the whole center is just, it's fantastic.
Yeah, that's really good. And surrounding yourself with really the support channels and whatever is, I could just imagine how important that is.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked a little bit about the funds. And so last year, Survivorfest has donated over $37,000 to date. Can you talk about or share some examples of how those funds have helped support the programs?
Absolutely, yeah. So specifically with education, having this incredible opportunity means that we now get to provide free education to low-income communities that might not be able to afford it. We're also able to do some reduced rates, right? We're able to provide more access to our supports. We are sometimes able to travel a little bit farther, maybe as well, to be able to go somewhere who is asking us to come, but we don't always have the resources to be able to go. Yeah, and then overall, it just goes towards supporting those programs. So just creating more resources, creating more, it always goes towards clients. So we're always using the money to think about how can we improve that experience and how can we give people more and more information and more resources. So it just goes towards creating all of those different things that we can send out, giving us the time so we can create those things, and then absolutely towards supporting those education things so that we can have all the access that we possibly can.
Yeah, and that's incredible. So for all the viewers out there, you'll see a QR code pop out throughout the entire live broadcast. So please help the Saffron Center and support the cause. But then I guess, are there any other initiatives or current projects or events that you guys are working on that you want us to know about?
Ooh, absolutely. We always have an annual consent event. So that just occurred in May. But that is an annual event that we do. It's a 5K fun run. So there's a consent to be color bombed. It's a fantastic event. People run through this big color bomb thing and then they come out, they're totally covered. And we see dogs coming through the color bombing. It's fantastic. Really great event where, again, we see the community mobilize around this specific topic. And it's really great to see the response from that. And then coming up here in September, we have our gala. And so that's now another annual event we are having where we're able to just kind of bring that support for Saffron again. We have an incredible live painter who comes to that. She does a live painting throughout the event. We have live music. It's just a fantastic event for us to just, again, celebrate Saffron Center and ignite more hope so that we can continue with our mission. Tickets for that are now live, so you can go to our website and buy tickets to attend our gala. We would love to have community there as well. And we have just launched our capital campaign. So like I said a little bit earlier, we are struggling a little bit to access more specialized space to provide supports. So we are hoping to move to a new space that has already had renderings. We're really excited. The capital campaign has launched. So if anyone is wanting to donate to that, that is also live as well. So our capital campaign is really, really special to us right now so that we can create more spaces for hope and healing.
All right, so for someone out there watching today who knows that they may need some help, but they feel a little bit hesitant to reach out, whether fear or whatever it might be, what would you want them to know?
I think it's important to know that, there's not one right way or wrong way to feel in these experiences. How you feel is perfectly valid and that's okay. And there's support out there when you are ready for it. Beyond, we always say, a trusted adult can be a great first source of support. And then kiddos ask me, they're like, do you have trusted adults? I'm like, absolutely I do. I'm an adult with trusted adults, right? But it's important that everyone knows that they're not alone. Most important thing is that they're not alone and that when they are ready, there are places and lots of people and lots of places they can turn to for support, because this is never, ever something that someone has to navigate by themselves. Never, ever. There are a lot of places to access that support and they deserve to be supported through this. So absolutely, you are not alone. There are a lot of people who are there to help, and they're there to show that they are helping. And a lot of people here have come out to show that support. And so we're seeing that shift. And so at any time that a survivor feels ready, we're ready.
Okay, and if someone does need to reach out, what are the different ways they can get a hold of Saffron?
Oh my goodness. So many different ways you can get a hold of Saffron Center. Easiest is to go to our website, www.saffroncenter.com. There's a lot of information there about how to get a hold of us. You can always send us an email, info@saffroncenter.com. That's a great place to reach out to. Send any questions, any inquiries about any of our programs, and info@saffroncenter.com. They will make sure that your message gets to the right person. And so you will always get a response from the best person to answer your question there. Our phone number is 780-449-0900. You can always call the center and ask any questions and make inquiries. And we're always here. We are always here to provide information and support to anyone who needs it.
Fantastic. Well, Maya, thank you so much for joining us today. And we really appreciate all the work that the Saffron Center does for the community. And I hope today we could raise a lot of funds to help you continue some of those programs.
Yes.
So,
Well, thank you so much for having us. And we feel so grateful to be here. And I'm so grateful to be here. And it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day.
yeah, we got lucky with the weather. It is a great day.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, everyone's in a good mood. We're having a great day.
Perfect. All right, Maya. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
This and transition. Okay, join me now is Nick from Clean Dry, a carpet and upholstery cleaning company right here in Sherwood Park. Welcome to Survivorfest, Nick.
My pleasure.
All right, and so for anyone who hasn't heard of Clean Dry, tell us a little bit about your business and what you do.
Yeah, we're a carpet cleaning company here in Sherwood Park and surrounding areas for over 30 years. And yeah, we clean carpets and upholstery and area rugs, blinds, and leather furniture as well. And with carpet, your carpet will be dry in about 2 hours, not 2 days. So we use less moisture as the traditional steam cleaning method. So there's less interruption for your daily schedule.
Perfect. And so most people associate carpet cleaning with the house being out of commission for a day or two. So you said that things with your process, it's a lot quicker. So how can you walk us through that a little bit more?
Yeah, so like I said, we don't use as much moisture, just enough to remove the soil. And the solution itself is water and CO2, so there's no soapy, sticky residues left in your carpet. And yeah, the drying time is approximately 2 hours. And you can actually walk on it right away, so there's no need for having fans going overnight to dry it fast. Yeah, within 2 hours, you're back to normal.
Right on. And so a lot of people out there that might be concerned about getting it done, a lot of different companies use chemicals or the heavy soaps. You don't do that. You just use a really chemical-free solution, so it should be nice and safe for pets and kids.
That's correct. Yeah, a lot of our clients with asthmatic issues and allergy issues prefer our method just because there is no harsh chemicals left in the carpet or your couch for that matter. No soapy, sticky residues, so your carpets will stay cleaner longer because of that.
Right on. And for this, here's a question that I was just thinking. When you talk about cleaning blinds, do you have to take them off, or do you clean them when they're up there?
No, they are taken down and taken to our facility and cleaned there, and then returned a couple of days later and rehung.
Oh, perfect. I know I need mine done. They have not been done ever. So that's some good stuff. Okay, now let's talk about some of the tough jobs you've seen. What are some of those tough jobs that you get called in to do?
Yeah, some stubborn stains could be pet stains. Colored liquids like wine, red wine, or fruit juice. Yeah, but we usually have good results. We have the best results actually if it's untreated with any kind of soap-based cleaner. So whenever you have a spill like that, just give me a call and I will have the best results.
Right on. And you can just call you to do like a small spot clean as well?
That's correct.
Versus not just the whole carpet? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And so when someone is trying to decide whether to clean or just replace, what's your advice there?
I will do a walkthrough and I will explain the most possible outcome after cleaning, and then it's up to the client to whether either okay with that possible result or yeah, sometimes I do advise to have the carpet replaced, most likely in the case when the pet stains are just too saturated and you know, the underlay might be affected, and even the wooden floor. So yeah, if that's the case, then I would advise to have the carpets replaced. But other than that, I have very good results with some of the most stubborn stains to have them removed.
Perfect. Okay, now about Survivorfest itself. I think this is your third year that you're a sponsor of the event. And so what brought you to Survivorfest in the first place, and why is supporting this event so important to you?
I know Laura for quite a long time. She does a great job, Laura and her team here with Survivorfest. And when she was looking for sponsors, I jumped on board right away. It's a great cause. I love giving back to the community because the community is great to me, and it's one of the small things I can do to help out.
Right. And what does it mean about your small business in Sherwood Park? What does it mean to you to run that and be here and be a local
is so involved within the community itself.
Right. So yeah, like I said, the local clients, repeating clients are valuable to me, and yeah, they support me in my work. And like I said, the least I can do is support community events in return, and yeah, just keep the money back in the community and assist um, charities that are in need of additional monetary assistance.
Right on. And so, for anyone watching today that's been putting off getting their carpets or furniture cleaned, how can they get a hold of you? Or
You can call our line 780-988-6324, or you can go to our website cleandry.ca and contact us via the website for information. And yeah, email as well, info@cleandry.ca, and we'll certainly can help you out.
right on. And one more question: how many staff do you have working for you?
It is at the moment just me, myself, and I,
Perfect.
and the three of us make a great team.
Well, that's good, because I was going to try and get you and the other two to sign up for the relay event maybe next year. So it's perfect. 3 is the perfect amount for the relay event. So we'll look forward to that registration next year, Nick. All right, Nick, thanks so much for being here. And thank you so much for supporting Survivorfest and the Saffron Center as well. We really do appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
everything. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron's support services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, Saffron supported 938 people through counseling, crisis response, system navigation, and specialized police and court support. That represented a 44% increase in demand in just the last couple of years. Their specialized police and court system or support team also saw its caseload increase by nearly 60%, helping survivors navigate police reporting, investigations, court appearances, and sentencing processes. And that support matters because healing is not simple. Sexual violence can affect mental health, relationships, trust, school, work, family life, physical health as well. And having trauma-informed support can genuinely change lives. And there's another reason this connection matters so much at an event like Survivorfest. Sport and endurance communities are built around trust, vulnerability, teamwork, encouragement, and community. And those spaces should always be safe spaces too. That's why Saffron also developed programs like Consent in Sport, helping athletes, coaches, and organizations better understand how to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior both on and off the field. And honestly, that's part of what makes Survivorfest feel so meaningful. Yes, it's an ultramarathon. Yes, it's about endurance, but it's also about hope. It's about community. It's about standing beside survivors. It's about this race and this platform to help create safer communities and support people who may be carrying invisible struggles. And Survivorfest is already making a real impact. Since the event began, Survivorfest has raised more than $38,000 in support of the Saffron Center and their prevention, education, and support programs. That's an incredible example of what a community can accomplish when people come together around something so meaningful. And if you would like to support the work the Saffron Center does tonight, you can help directly through the donation link shared or by scanning the QR code shown on the screen throughout the broadcast. Okay. Okay, we're back and we're joined with a couple of our favorite people and sponsors. We have Paul and we have Jason, both from Simpson and Associates LLP. Well, welcome back to Survivorfest, guys.
Welcome. Thanks for having us.
All right, and so one of our traditions here at Survivorfest with having you guys on here is that we need, first and foremost, a good lawyer joke. So, Jason, you have a lawyer joke for us.
I do, yes. So a lawyer and a doctor show up at a party. The doctor is getting annoyed because everyone there is asking him for medical advice. The doctor then goes to the lawyer and asks, "What do you do about people asking you about about advice?" The lawyer says, "I bill them." The doctor the next day goes to his mailbox. He receives a bill from the lawyer.
Okay.
Bravo. Okay, good one. Okay, so I guess first and foremost, before we go too far into the questions, there's going to be a lot of people that may not know Simpson and Associates LLP. So can you tell us a little bit about the firm, how long you've been serving in Sherwood Park, and what kind of legal services you provide?
So our firm, we've gone through many iterations. Our firm initially was started by John Ashton back in 1979. I believe he was the first lawyer in Sherwood Park. He was over at the Broadmoor Business Center, which is where our office is currently. He also was the one that built that building, in case you didn't know. Then when he retired, I believe Patrick Reed started his law practice sometime in the 90s in the same building. Randy Simpson then joined Patrick Reed in early 2001. And then it evolved. Patrick Reed ended up retiring. Randy Simpson ended up starting Simpson Archibald LLP with Paul and former lawyer. And then now we are currently, as of March in 2021, are now Simpson and Associates LLP.
Right on. So you have a very long history at Sherwood Park.
We do.
Okay. So I think a lot of people picture lawyers as serious people in suits. Paul, you just happen to be in a suit today.
Just today.
And in courtrooms all day. But what part of the job do you think that people would be surprised to learn about, you guys?
Well, I think a lot of people, like you said, they assume lawyers are in court often or all the time, and that's not really the reality. The reality is, more often than not, we're talking to people. We're talking to clients. We're talking to other lawyers. We're communicating with the courts. We're drafting documents. So a lot of our work is actually in our offices. It's not outside of our offices. And a lot of it is really preparation, refining things, maybe a little bit of research. So I think people associate lawyers with the more exciting dramatized version. But like every job, there's some mundane parts, which we actually find interesting and thrilling. So yeah.
For sure. You gotta like all parts of the job. Yeah. So what are some of the most common situations where people should call a lawyer?
The most common one that we see all the time is people enter into agreements or contracts and they don't really understand what they signed. And then they run into a problem, and then that's where we get involved. We do recommend that clients, before they even sign an agreement or enter into any sort of contract, to contact a lawyer to discuss all of the terms of the agreement with them, to make sure that they fully understand what they're signing and that they're not giving up any liability for something that they're not 100% aware of at the time.
Yeah, I can see that happen quite a bit. And now going to every athlete here, they sign a waiver that you guys helped us craft, or you crafted for us. And so I suspect very few people will read through every line of that. But so from a legal perspective, what should people really understand about waivers when participating in events like this?
So waivers, they are essentially, when someone signs it, you are giving up you're giving up the event organizer's liability to be able to bring any action against the event organizer for any accidents or injuries that happen during the event. It's again, this is one of those contracts that you do need to read. It's important because one is a legal document. And so you need to understand all of the terms. Two, you can't be a minor when you're signing this. You have to be over the age of 18. If you are a minor, you do have to get parental consent or guardian consent to sign it. And then lastly, you're not being forced to sign this document. It's not something that you should be told that you need to sign. If you do end up signing it, or sorry, if you do end up not signing it, then there is the risk of you not participating in that particular event.
Okay, so yeah, lots to consider, and some of them can be very long. So, but important message out there for everybody: read those contracts or those waivers. And so, a lot of people avoid contacting lawyers because they assume it's going to be pretty intimidating or overwhelming or expensive. And so, what would you say to somebody who's unsure about reaching out to a lawyer for legal help?
Well, I would say it's not actually that intimidating of a process. We do offer free initial consultations, so we meet with people for free. We generally meet with them for two reasons. We want to find out if we can help them. There's some people we can't help. We might not have the expertise, or they might require a different type of lawyer than we are. We want to see if we're a good fit for them. We want to see if we're the right lawyers for them, right? You know, it's a two-way street. So we want to see if it's a good fit, if we're able to help them. And we really want to find out what their legal problem is so that we can fully understand it, so we can make a decision as to whether we can help them or not. And the best way to do that is, if you do want to meet with a lawyer, ask for a free initial consultation. And if you bring some of your basic documents or some background, it really helps the lawyer to understand your situation quickly, so that decision can be made. But we're quite approachable. We're friendly. I go through many consultations where actually people they're not ready to hire a lawyer, or they try and go and do it themselves. So it doesn't. There's no obligation to hire us. We're a legal service. We're available to the community if they want to hire us.
Right on. Okay, so now moving to Survivorfest, and you've been involved with Survivorfest every single year it's existed. So this is the 7th year, I think. And so what keeps bringing you back, and why is supporting the Saffron Center's mission important for your organization?
Well, I think for us, I think a lot of people actually in the legal profession, they're concerned about the vulnerable, the people that don't have power, and often we're approached by people that need help, that just lack resources, they lack experience, expertise in the legal world. So we end up doing some good pro bono work, which is for free. We end up doing work where we give people discounts or what have you, because we're trying to help people. That's the core ethic, I think, of a lot of lawyers. But our organization, specifically, we do have an emphasis on the community. The community matters a lot to us. We have several nonprofit organizations that we work with. This is one of them. I understand that Saffron House helps victims of abuse and that sort of thing. And we feel strongly that when one part of the community is being negatively affected, we're all affected. There is a ripple, there is an impact across the community. So we think this is a worthy cause. We like supporting it. And I don't know, maybe Jason could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's great to get involved here with the community. Specifically with Saffron House, it's great to see that there's a lot of these organizations who are able to serve the community, especially where someone who's going through those types of situations and they're not aware of the resources that are available to them. If they were to contact our office, that's a direction that we would be able to point them towards, because those services are needed in the community. It's not always something that's just open and out there. A lot of the times it's a situation where it's kind of kept hidden and it's kind of in the background. And so if there's some community members that are aware of these resources, it's good to point them out.
Exactly. And you've watched this event grow and over the years. I think there was probably not even a dozen individuals out on year one. And now we're hosting national championships, and there's athletes from across Canada, and we normally have athletes come internationally. And so what stands out to you the most about the people who show up for events like this?
I think there's a lot of dedication involved. From what I've heard, there's been records set and broken. That doesn't happen lightly. People don't give up their time lightly for these types of causes. So I think it's, for me, there's something that resonates with people that brings them here. There's things that bring us here. There's things that bring others here. But I don't think it's just running. Running's fun. It's great exercise, but there's more to it.
Well, it's also great to see that Strathcona County is being involved in organizations and events like this. Strathcona County has been on the expansion for quite some time now, and us being part of the community and us having a lot of familial ties with different organizations here, it's great to see, because we want to be part of that expansion with Strathcona County.
Yeah, and I think we were chatting before you started. This is the most athletes we've had registered for the race to date. I think it's around 130. So it does seem like there's a lot more this year than previous years. So it's pretty cool to see. And you talk about a lot of people we have a lot of individuals that are going out looking for records. I had one individual, his name is Martin Lambert. He's in the men's age 70 to 74 category.
Wow. And
he's going for trying for two records. One is the 12-hour record. He's attempting 113.544 kilometers. And if he makes that, he's going to extend that goal to a 100-mile goal for doing it in 18 hours and 16 minutes and 49 seconds. So that's just one example. And we do have a different segment on the broadcast that will go over some of the other athletes out here trying to tackle these goals, qualify for their national team. So it's pretty incredible, actually, what these guys are able to do out here.
I've got
all
a
these
question
athletes.
for you about
yeah.
that. Do you have a record for laps in a suit?
You know what? It is an open record right now,
Okay.
waiting to be set. Do you happen to know anyone that's going to do that today?
Well, I might do one lap today, and if I do one lap today, that way next year I could maybe beat that record.
Okay, so we got a tradition of the lawyer joke when we kick this off, and then moving forward, someone from your organization is going to have to continue to run.
I don't know that I signed a contract for that.
Wait a second. Right on. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so we're going to get Paula running around the track here after this interview, and we'll get the camera out there on the track following him around in the suit. So that's going to be pretty awesome. Okay, perfect. All right, so now kind of the fun part here is I wanted to ask a question for you. Number one, we've all seen TV shows, really great TV shows, Law and Order, Bull, whatever it might be. Are those realistic or completely unrealistic?
Yeah. Typical lawyer answer, it depends. Because some scenes in those dramatizations can be quite accurate. If there's like a negotiation scene, usually those are pretty accurate. If it's a court scene, maybe. But a lot of the times, a lot of the actions that are shown are not what we do on a daily basis. Most of the time, like Paul said, we're in the office, we're mostly on the phone, writing emails, drafting documents, and it's not what a lot of people expect.
Okay, well, what's your favorite lawyer show?
Mine that I've been really into for a while was Suits. Really got into that, especially when I was in law school. Another one was actually How to Get Away with Murder.
Suits is a good one. I don't really have a dedication to watching them because it feels like work. So I enjoy little clips from Suits here and there. It was a well done show. I did find that with that show and some other TV shows, a lot of the dramatization of the courtroom made it seem as if things happened instantly or they'd be back in court the next day with no time to prepare. That's not how real court work works.
No.
There is enough time to prepare. There's a lot of thought and effort that goes into getting ready to go to court. So it's it's a little fake.
Okay, so have you put any thought into maybe the like a Simpson Associate reality show, or what do you think?
I think if you wanted to visit our office, you'd get enough reality. You're welcome to come by anytime. I don't know that we need to film it.
Okay, now we're going to go to the next segment. This is the rapid fire segment of the interview. Okay, so we're going to start with Paul, and then we'll move to you, Jason.
Sure.
Okay, so for those long days, coffee or energy drinks?
Oh, I'd be more of an energy drinks guy. If anything, I try and avoid both because that sort of messes up with my natural rhythm. I think my preference would be option C, get enough sleep.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Personally, energy drinks.
Okay, next. Have either of you ever run in a race before? A running race? Before today, Paul?
I have. I actually, confession, I was a long distance runner in high school. I did make it to the provincials level 1 year. I think it was grade 12. So this was around the year 2000. So if anyone that was in provincials in the year 2000 remembers. So I did running for about 2 or 3 years in high school. I'm actually much better as a sprinter than a long distance runner. I don't really have the long distance runner physique. It wears me out. So yeah, I'm going into 2 races this coming weekend, 2 5K races for fun. Perfect. So it's a good way to stay fit. But yeah, I've done some running in the past.
Which races are you going?
There's a foam fest, which is sort of like you're going through obstacles and foam. It's sort of a fun run. And then there's the solstice run, which is coming up. I think it's in the fairly generically named Northeast River Valley Park. Okay. It's the park that has the barn covering the bridge there. So yeah, those 2 are coming up next weekend. I think those will be fun.
Right on. Yeah, that's a beautiful park.
Yeah. I'm training for them, which started off at 1 kilometer one day, and then it went up to 1.5 kilometers another day. So I'm not quite at 5 kilometers yet.
That's how it all starts. And next thing you know, you'll be running here.
That's right.
More than just a loop.
Okay.
How about you, Jason?
No, I've never participated in a marathon or anything like that. I do Orange Theory, which there is a running component to that, but that's probably the extent of it.
Perfect. Well, if Paul doesn't come for the interview next year, you're going to have to do that loop. So he might actually just stay at home on purpose.
Well, next year we'll show up in shorts and running tops.
Perfect. Okay. So I guess I probably already know my answer, but which one of you would survive longer in a 24-hour race?
I don't know.
Definitely Paul.
I don't know. I don't know that I have the endurance that I need. I think I could do it if I had to, but yeah, I'm out of shape. I need to get more into shape.
All right. One last one. What's one legal term people pretend to understand but really don't?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'd say most Latin words.
Right.
Whenever people try and use the Latin words, they often don't know what it means. And I think part of law school is hearing a Latin word, learning what it means, and then our job as lawyers for the rest of our career is to translate those words into plain English.
Yes.
That's our job.
Yeah.
A word that comes up often in my work, if there's any court-related work, we sometimes get hearings adjourned, which means they're going to happen on another day. And the Latin words we use when we're talking about a certain type of adjournment is sine die. In plain English, that means we're going to have that hearing adjourned to a future date, but it's not a fixed date. So it'll happen sometime in the future. We'll figure it out then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's kind of like me and the bathroom reno that I keep telling my wife I'm going to be doing. We'll do it, but sometime in the future.
Yes. Just say sine die. She'll know
Sine
exactly
die?
what you mean.
Okay, perfect. Maybe she's listening right now. All right, guys. Thanks, Paul, Jason, once again for coming and everything that you and Simpson and Associates LLP does to support Survivorfest and the Saffron Center and for everything you guys do in the Sherwood Park community overall. So we really appreciate everything you do, and thanks again.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, just a second though, because I gotta make sure I get this on my watch.
I'll just
'cause
gab for a minute.
it's gotta be part of my run streak, Paul. Okay,
So
okay.
Laura is escorting me. I'm gonna do a lap around the track. It in no way is diminishing the efforts of the true runners here. I just happen to be in a suit. We thought it would be fun, so we're gonna do a lap, and Laura's gonna make sure I don't bump into anybody, and that'll be our record.
Well, and let's face it, like Simpsons and Associates does our waivers, so this is a little bit of a way of them seeing maybe what sort of what's the word for it? Caliber? No, I was thinking more of legalities, like there you go. There you go. There you go.
Are you implying there's going to be an injury? Do we have a verbal commitment where you signed the way you verbally agree to the terms and conditions?
or to the waiver that you've created.
I agree to the waiver. I'm waiving my rights to sue you in negligence.
Okay, and we're off.
All right.
Okay, so now I'm mulching. Okay, so stay along this right here. So enough room. Hopefully you like this is your power song.
I've heard a lot of these.
We could.
Say that for the finish line.
Okay. So Paul, why did you want to do this lap? You're doing 5K or?
I've got some 5Ks coming up this coming weekend. This is so I can get my heart rate moving a little. So I get acclimated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Although I'm not going to run in a suit next weekend. Not happening.
Thank God. Oh, and here's the dash. Here's our dash.
Okay. Do you catch me?
Well, I'll try. In the dress shoes.
I don't know.
Woo! He's pulling away.
Dashing all the way to the finish line.
Woo!
Can you keep it up?
All the way to the finish line.
You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park here in Sherwood Park, Alberta. Right now, out on that track, athletes are settling into the rhythm of this race. Some are running comfortably, some are already mixing in walking, some are stopping briefly at their aid stations, grabbing food, changing shoes, stretching. And if you're new to ultra running, you might be watching all of this and wondering, what's exactly going on here? Because a 24-hour race is very different from a marathon. Throughout Survivorfest, we're going to take a few moments to talk about what makes ultra running so interesting. Because if you're new to this sport, a 24-hour race can look a little confusing at first. People are running, walking, eating, changing shoes, sitting down, getting back up, and somehow continuing through an entire day and night. But once you understand what's happening underneath the surface, it becomes a lot more interesting to watch. So let's start with the basics. An ultramarathon is a race longer than the traditional marathon distance of 42.2 kilometers. That means 50K is an ultra, 100K is an ultra, a 100-mile race is an ultra, and a 24-hour race like Survivorfest is very much part of the ultra running world. But the interesting thing about a 24-hour race is that the finish line, it's not a distance. The finish line is time. In a regular race, the question is usually, how long will it take someone to finish the distance? But in a 24-hour race, the question changes. It becomes, how much distance can someone cover before the clock runs out? And that changes everything. I mean, every lap matters. A fast lap counts, a slow lap counts, a walking lap counts, a tough lap counts. If a runner is still moving, they're still adding to their total. That's part of what makes this format so powerful. There's room for all kinds of goals. Some runners may be chasing a specific distance, some may be trying to stay moving for the full 24 hours, some may be doing their first ultra. Some may be here to support the cause. Some may simply want to find out what they're capable of. All of those goals matter. Ultra running is not just about speed. Speed helps, of course, but over this time, or over much time, it becomes about so much more. It's about pacing, patience, nutrition, hydration, mental toughness, problem solvings, and the community around you. It's about how well someone can manage themselves when the day gets long, when the body gets tired, and when the mind starts asking questions. That's why ultra running is so fascinating. On the surface, it looks like people moving around a course. But underneath, every runner is managing their own race, their own reason, and their own challenges. So as you continue to watch Survivorfest, remember this: the clock is the course. Every lap tells part of the story. And in 24-hour races, just continuing to move is a pretty incredible thing. All right, I'm back. And one of my favorite parts of the Survivorfest live broadcast is getting to share the stories behind the athletes. Because from the outside, it's easy to look at a race like this and think, okay, these are just runners going around a track or a 1-mile loop. But once you learn a little more about who they are, where they come from, why they started running, what they're hoping to accomplish, the whole event becomes so much more meaningful. Every athlete out here has a story. Some came to running later in their life. Some started because of family. Some started because they wanted to get healthier. Or some were curious about what they could do. Some are chasing records. Some are healing. And some are just trying to prove to themselves that they can just keep going. And that's what makes Survivorfest so special. So let's take some time to highlight a few of the athletes who shared their stories with us. And we're going to start with Sue Lucas from Dauphin, Manitoba, who's taking on the 24-hour Loop A event. Now, Sue got into running after seeing friends complete marathons and Ironman triathlons and was thinking, well, why not me? And that might be one of the simplest and most powerful ways a running story can begin. Why not me? This year, Sue is hoping to break the ACU age group record for her age. So there is a serious goal attached to her race. But Sue also comes into this event with a lot of experience behind her, including being part of the Canadian 24-hour team at the World Championships in France in 2010. And she finished Leadville on 100. Those are some pretty big accomplishments. One of the things I love about Sue's story is that alongside of all her running and endurance experience, she also shared that she has volunteered at a dog rescue in India and has had 2 rescue street dogs from there. So clearly, Sue is someone with a very big heart. Her favorite race food is grilled cheese, which is a very respectable ultra-running choice, and I think everybody can agree. Her advice to anyone thinking about trying an endurance event is, you can do more than you think you can, and never say never. She wants to recognize her crew, Alan Lamb, who she describes as the best crew ever and the most selfless person she knows. So Sue, we're going to be watching your race closely today, and good luck as you chase that age group record. Next, we have Rainier Powney from Calgary, racing the 12-hour Loop A event. Rainier is coming into Survivorfest with a very specific and very ambitious goal. He's chasing the Canadian 100-kilometer record for men over 50. Along with a qualifying time for the Canadian 100-kilometer national team. Another big goal. Rainier says he got into endurance sport through the satisfaction of pushing himself to new limits, combined with the joy of competition. But his story also includes a pretty powerful transformation. He shared that most people may not realize how unhealthy he used to be as a young adult, with smoking and drugs and weight gain being part of his past. Over time, he replaced some of those bad habits, started going to the gym, got into cycling, and eventually he found his way into running. And now here he is, chasing a national level goal. His favorite race memories include running the Boston Marathon with his wife, running the final 60 kilometers of Leadville in 2024 with his wife, and having his son crew him at the Canadian Death Race. So for Rainier, his family is woven right through his running story. This weekend, his wife and coach, Melissa, will be supporting him. He says she'll have the Excel spreadsheet all fired up and will be just flinging electrolytes at him all day. She's also the person who got him into running, and trying to keep up with her has helped make him faster. His race mantra for Survivorfest is stay in it for one more lap. And that's perfect. We've talked about that a lot today. One more lap. And so Rainier also asked us to say that he still looks strong even when he actually looks like death. So we'll do our best with that, and hopefully the broadcast resolution is kind. Next, we have Brenda Coffra. And Brenda is taking on the 6-hour Loop B event. Brenda was born in El Salvador and grew up in Edmonton. Her twin sister got her into running 7 years ago, which is such a great reminder that sometimes the people closest to us are the ones who open the door to something that changes our lives. Her original goal was to run a marathon, but after getting injured 4 weeks before a race day, she adjusted her goal. Now she's aiming for a half marathon. And that's really an important part of endurance sports. Goals change, bodies change, and plans change, but showing up still matters. Brenda's favorite race memory is the 10 kilometers at the service run last year, where the Trail Sisters were cheering her on. Her children are a huge motivation for her because she wants to show them that they can do hard things, no matter their age or setbacks. And what a strong message to send your children. Her advice to others is that your body is so much more capable than what your mind has you believe, and that you do not have to be the best to participate in a sport that you love. Brenda, that's exactly the kind of spirit that belongs at Survivorfest. Okay, now the next athlete, I'm going to apologize right at the very beginning. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce the name, but we have Hirschkesh Bat from Edmonton taking on the 24-hour Loop B event. And so when asked what got him into running, he gave one of the shortest but most honest answers. It was heartbreak. Sometimes running starts as fitness. Sometimes it starts as curiosity. Sometimes it starts because someone invites you. And sometimes it starts because life hurts. And movement becomes a way through it. His goal for this race is simple. Just keep on running. His favorite race memory? He says it's going to be completing Survivorfest. And I love that. So some people come into a race with long resumes, big race memories already behind them, and others are creating that memory right now, one lap at a time. What keeps him going? Pepsi Zero keeps him going. And his mantra is, keep going. And his dad is his motivation. He is most looking forward to that finish line, and his advice to others is to give it your all. He also says he is his own support team. So if you see him out there, cheer extra loud. Sometimes being your own support team takes a special kind of toughness. Next, we have Erica Cam from Sherwood Park racing the 12-hour Loop B event. Erica is one of the original Survivorfest committee members. She was, and still is, Laura's top supporter for Survivorfest. So Erica got into running through curiosity and through challenging pre-existing health issues. She wanted to explore the difference between what a person thinks they can do and what might actually be possible. And that's really an important theme in endurance sports. Sometimes the body and mind draw a line for us. And sometimes, with time, patience, and courage, we discover those lines were not as fixed as we thought. Erica's goal this year is between 40 and 50 miles, with her nutrition dialed in. And I think many ultra runners will appreciate that second part. Sometimes the real goal is not just the distance. It's figuring out how to keep eating, drinking, and managing the body well enough to continue. Her favorite race memories are not necessarily the easy ones. She says it is often the near misses or the gritty sections that really define you. And she makes a great point. Do we really remember the races where everything went perfectly? Probably is not as vividly. Erica's race mindset includes stronger than anyone knows, and my race, my pace. She's motivated by seeing everyday people do hard things and surprise themselves, and by looking beyond her own suffering to see if she can support another racer out there. And that's the ultra community right there. She wants us to remind athletes that everyone's goals are worth the battle and that they are capable of incredible things. And that is a message worth repeating all day. Next, let's talk about Joel Stainer from Edmonton taking on the 24-hour Lupe event. Now, Joel got into running because he was trying to have some fitness while his kids were involved in sports. And like a lot of running stories, what starts as a simple fitness goal can slowly turn into something much bigger. His goal this year is somewhere between 101 miles, which would beat his previous best, and 120 miles. That's a huge range, but it tells you something about how Joel approaches this race. He likes setting goals that are just outside what he thinks is reasonable. Sometimes he hits them, sometimes he doesn't, but that challenge is part of the appeal. His favorite race memory is running the Iron Horse 100 as a two-person team with a friend where they flipped a coin every leg to decide who would run. He described it as chaos, but fun. And that sounds about right for ultra running, doesn't it? Joel also shared that the house he grew up in near Thorsby, Alberta was an old converted church, complete with a sign on the front. Apparently people would sometimes drop by on Sundays asking if there was a service that day. His race food includes Miss Vicky's salt and vinegar chips, sour candies, and Tailwind, at least until none of it works and then it becomes whatever he can stomach. His mantra is, I chose to do this. And that's a good one because late in a race, when things get hard, it can be a powerful thing to remember that this was a choice. A difficult choice, but a meaningful one. Joel's crew includes his mom, his aunt, his wife. So Joel, good luck today. We'll see how far you can take things. Next, Taylor Quinn from Vancouver, British Columbia, also in the 24-hour Lupe event. Taylor's been running since he was just a little kid, though by his own description, not very well and not very fast at first. But as the distances got longer, he realized something really important. He enjoyed running really far. That's pretty important. Eventually, in his early 20s, he found ultramarathons and discovered a discipline that fit him better. He talked about the weirdness that happens when you go past what is comfortable and into the vulnerable unknown. Taylor is taking on his first track ultra, and he's not thinking small. His big scary goal is 260 kilometers. His B goal is 230 kilometers, and he says he will try everything he can to go for the Canadian men's open record. That's an awesome goal. But one of the things that stands out about Taylor is that even with such a big competitive target, he's also coming here to learn, to connect, to cheer, and become part of a community of people who enjoy going far. His favorite race memory comes from a race along the Pyrenees border between Spain and France, where a storm hit so hard that he and another runner were down on their hands and knees trying not to be knocked over by the wind. That is one of those stories where most people would say, that sounds awful. And ultra runners would say, tell me more. Taylor also shared that his work takes him around the world and that he runs a small nonprofit profit company called Tailored Food, which researches, develops, and scales nutrition, low-cost, culturally relevant food across Africa. His fiancée, Julia Hawkins, is supporting him this weekend, and not only is she crewing him, she is also taking on volunteer roles throughout the weekend. Thank you, Julia. Now, Taylor's advice to someone thinking about endurance events is simple. The farther you go, the slower you can go. You can even walk. And that's a great message for anyone watching this. Next, we want to spotlight Jana Hempler from Victoria, British Columbia, who's taking on the 6-hour event. This is Jana's first Survivorfest, and she is hoping to cover 50K in 6 hours. Jana's running story started in junior high. She didn't like running as a kid and didn't feel very good at it, but after being cut from volleyball and basketball, running was the option that was still left for her. She joined the running team partly to earn extracurricular points and partly to have something to focus on other than the fact that other kids were making fun of her. Over time, she got better. Then she started winning events with her school team. And eventually, she fell in love with running. What started it as a place to belong became something she carried forward into a bigger and bigger challenge. Jana's favorite race memory is earning her World Marathon Major 6-star medal in Tokyo on her birthday. That's a pretty incredible birthday present. She runs for charities and causes and says what motivates her is who she is helping and what she is running for. She's previously run 30 marathons in 30 days, raising almost $90,000 for the Victoria Hospital Foundation. She's also completed 420 kilometers in a 6-day race. That's amazing. And if that's not enough, she's also a race director herself for the Dream Nation Apparel Vancouver Island 24-hour in BC, where they're trying to raise funds for Victoria Hospital's foundation. Eventually, Jana hopes to run 100 marathons in 100 days, run a marathon on every continent, and complete a marathon in every U.S. state and every Canadian province. So, Jana, welcome to Survivorfest. We hope you meet those new people, make those new friends, and have a great race. And for our final athlete spotlight for this segment, we have Ron Mark running the 24-hour Loop B event. Ron has lived in Edmonton since 1999, but he is originally from Saskatoon. He got into running to meet new people and to be healthy. His goal this year is 100 miles and to not get hurt, which is a very reasonable combination of ambition and common sense. Ron says he picked just one favorite race memory because there are too many good ones, and that's the part of the reason why he runs. He also shared one of the most unique fun facts. He likes endurance puzzling. He's been working on an 18,000 piece puzzle for a few years without looking at a picture. That might honestly be the most ultra runner hobby I've ever heard. His race food is simple. It's all food. And when things get hard, Ron reminds himself that what he is going through is nothing compared to what so many people have to go through. He's looking forward to snacking, chatting, and finishing. His advice to everybody is that you can do more than you think you can. And he also wanted to thank the volunteers, the people there to support. He wants to thank race director Laura, the organizers, and all the other runners. And Ron, that's exactly the Survivorfest spirit. And that's what makes these athletes and the stories behind them so powerful. Different backgrounds, different goals, different distances, and different motivations. But all of them are here, moving around the same course, supporting the same cause, and becoming part of the same race weekend. That's Survivorfest. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And if you've been watching the athletes out on the course for a while now, there's a question that probably starts to pop into your head at some point. Why? Why would someone willingly sign up to run, walk, or keep moving for an entire day? And honestly, it's a fair question, because when you first explain ultra running to someone, it can sound a little ridiculous. You're going to start running, keep going through the day, continue through the evening, move through the middle of the night, and then somehow still be out there the next morning. You're going to get tired. You're probably going to get sore. Your feet may hurt. Your legs may stop feeling the way they did at the start. Your stomach might not cooperate. And at some point, your brain is probably going to ask, why did I think this was a good idea? And yet people come back to this sport again and again. So there has to be something more to it than just running. For many ultra runners, the reason is deeply personal. It might be about testing limits. It might be about discovering what happens when things get hard. It might be about proving something to themselves. It might be about healing, remembering someone, supporting a cause, or being part of the running community. That's one of the reasons an event like Survivorfest is so meaningful. Every person out there has a reason. Some may be chasing a distance goal. Some may want to compete or complete more laps than they did last year. Some may be doing their first ultra. Some may be here because of the cause behind the event. Some may simply want to see what happens when they keep going longer than they ever have before. And that's where ultra running becomes so much more than a sport. At the start, excitement carries you. The music, the crowd, the energy, the fresh legs, all of that helps. But later on, especially when the race gets quiet, the reason becomes more important. That's when a runner starts drawing from something deeper. Maybe it's a promise they made to themselves. Maybe it's someone they're thinking about. Maybe it's pride. Maybe it's the cause. Maybe it's the simple decision to get around the course one more time. And honestly, that's something almost everyone can understand, even if they've never run an ultra. We all have things in life where we have to keep going one step at a time. A hard season, a personal challenge, a difficult project, grief, recovery, parenting, work, just life. Ultra running makes that visible. It takes that internal struggle, the one where you have to decide whether to keep going, and puts it out on the course where we can actually see it. So as you watch Survivorfest, don't think about the kilometers. Don't just think about who is moving the fastest. Think about why each person is still moving. Because in a 24-hour race, the why matters. And sometimes one good reason is enough to get someone through one more lap. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And one of the most fascinating things about a 24-hour race is thinking about what the human body is actually being asked to do out there. Now, first off, this is not medical advice at all. I'm in no position to offer that. But it is really interesting to understand some of what these runners are managing physically over the course of an event like this. Because this is a huge challenge for the body. Nobody casually wakes up one morning and accidentally runs for 24 hours. The athletes out there have trained for this. They spent months preparing. They've tested shoes, nutrition, pacing, hydration, clothing, lighting systems, recovery strategies, and mental approaches. And even with all of that preparation, this is still a very big ask. Because over the course of a race like Survivorfest, the body is constantly trying to balance competing demands. It's burning energy while trying to replace energy. It's losing fluids while trying to stay hydrated. It's producing heat while trying to stay cool, breaking muscle tissue down while still trying to keep moving efficiently. And eventually, it's also dealing with the effects of sleep deprivation and simply being awake and active for a very long time. That's a lot happening all at once. And honestly, that's one of the reasons ultra running becomes so interesting. It's not just about fitness, it's about body management. Early in the race, runners often look smooth and relaxed. People are chatting, smiling, they're running comfortably. Everything looks controlled. But as the hours pass, the body slowly starts adapting to the workload. Strides may get a little shorter. Aid station stops become longer. People start walking more frequently. Layers go on, they come off. Shoes get changed, socks get changed, and runners start moving a little more carefully. And that doesn't always mean something is going wrong. A lot of the time, it simply means the runner is adjusting to what the race requires. Because one of the biggest truths in endurance sports is this: nobody stays exactly the same way for 24 hours. The race changes. The body changes. And experienced runners learn how to change with it. That's a huge part of ultra running. Researchers who study endurance sports often talk about the body as it constantly is adapting, and the goal is to not avoid fatigue completely. That's impossible in a race this long. The goal is to manage it well enough to keep moving. And one of the biggest skills runners develop over time is learning how to listen to their body without panicking, because there's a difference between discomfort and danger. That's important. Experienced runners become very good at asking, is this normal fatigue? Or am I underfueled? Am I dehydrated, or do I need sodium? Do I need to slow down? Is this something serious or just part of the race? Because ultra running is not about ignoring the body. It's about understanding it. And every runner has different things they need to manage. For some runners, the biggest challenge is nutrition. For others, it's hydration. Some struggle with heat, others with cold, some with foot pains or stomach issues. Some feel strong physically, but struggle with sleepiness overnight. That's why races like this become so individual. Even though everybody is sharing the same course, every athlete is having a completely different experience inside their own body. And something else interesting starts to happen after enough hours of movement. Efficiency becomes incredibly important. Small things that barely matter in short races suddenly matter a lot. Running slightly too hard early in the day, missing calories for a couple hours, ignoring that blister, getting behind on your hydration, or maybe wearing the wrong layer overnight. Those tiny mistakes can slowly become very big problems later on. And that's why experienced runners often look so patient. They're not just thinking about how they feel right now. They're thinking about how they want to feel 6 hours from now. And one of the most impressive things about endurance athletes is how adaptable the human body really is. Research has shown that with training, the body becomes remarkably efficient at prolonged effort. The heart adapts, muscles adapt, energy systems adapt, even the brain adapts to long duration stress and repetitive movement. The human body is incredibly resilient, but at the same time, ultra running also teaches respect. Respect for the distance, respect for the preparation, the recovery, the sleep, hydration and nutrition, and respect for warning signs when something truly isn't right. Because being tough is not the same as being reckless. And honestly, the best ultra runners are usually not the people who ignore their bodies completely. They're the people who work with their bodies the best over a very long period of time. That's what makes events like Survivorfest so fascinating to watch. Every runner out there is constantly balancing effort, fatigue, recovery, nutrition, pacing, temperature, and mindset all at the same time. It's part sport, part science, part problem solving. And after enough hours, it becomes really impressive of what the human body and the human mind are capable of when people prepare, adapt, and keep moving forward one step at a time. And honestly, that's a pretty good lesson outside of running too. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And one of the most entertaining and honestly one of the most fascinating parts of ultra running for me is the food. Because if you're new to this sport, you might assume this whole thing is mostly about running. But after enough hours out there, you realize something really quite important. A 24-hour race is also an eating competition. Seriously. At some point during an ultra, runners stop talking about pace and start talking almost entirely about food. Who can still eat? What sounds good? What suddenly sounds disgusting? Who's craving salt? Who just can't handle sweet stuff anymore? Or who just drank flat Coke and feels reborn? And while some of it sounds funny, there's actually a lot of real science behind it. The human body stores a limited amount of carbohydrate energy, what we call glycogen, mostly in the muscles and liver. For most people, those stores can only fuel a few hours of harder effort before they start running low. That's what people sometimes call hitting the wall. The body can still move after that, but things get slower, harder, foggier, and far less enjoyable. So in long endurance events, runners are constantly trying to replace energy while they move. And here's the tricky part. Research in endurance sports has shown that the body can only absorb a certain amount of carbohydrates per hour while exercising. Most runners are usually trying to take in somewhere around 60 to 90 grams of carbohydrates every hour during a long race. Now think about that for a second. That means hour after hour after hour, these athletes are trying to eat and drink enough to keep fueling themselves while their body is under stress. And that's not easy because during prolonged exercise, blood flow is redirected away from the stomach and towards the muscles that are working. That means that digestion becomes less efficient the longer the race goes on. That's why stomach issues are so common in ultra running. It includes nausea, bloating, food aversion, cramping, and suddenly hating foods that you normally love. And that's also why experienced ultra runners spend so much time practicing nutrition during training. They're not just training their legs, they're training their stomach. They're figuring out, can I tolerate some form of a sports drink or electrolyte for 10 hours? Do gels still work after midnight? What about caffeine? What happens when I take something in hot versus cold? Do I need more salt? At what point can I no longer eat solid food late in the race? Because on race day, the stomach always plays a part. And honestly, the foods that end up working can become pretty entertaining. At the beginning of the race, runners often look incredibly organized and everything is planned perfectly. Fancy nutrition products, precise timing, measured calories, scientific hydration plans. Then 12 hours later, someone is standing at an aid station eating salty potatoes and drinking flat Coke like it's the greatest meal of their life. And the funny thing is, sometimes it actually is exactly what the body needs. So there's science behind that too. When runners go for long periods of time, especially in heat, they lose sodium through sweat. Salty foods can suddenly become incredibly appealing because the body is trying to restore some of that balance. Sweet foods, on the other hand, can become overwhelming after hours and hours of sugar intake. That's why ultra aid stations slowly transform over the course of a race. Early in the day, you'll see sport nutrition products everywhere, like electrolytes or gels. But later at night, you'll see things like soup, broth, potatoes, pickles or crackers, grilled cheese, coffee. Here at Survivorfest, bacon. Things that are warm, salty, simple, and comforting, and easier on the stomach. And honestly, food in an ultra becomes more than just fuel. It also becomes emotional. A cup of broth at 2 a.m. can completely change someone's mindset. A handful of chips can turn around a bad stretch. A warm drink can make someone feel human again. And when runners say they're trying to get calories in, they're not being dramatic. They know that if they stop fueling, even briefly, the race can unravel surprisingly fast. Your energy levels drop, decision making gets worse, pacing falls apart, your mood changes, and motivation sometimes disappears. And that's another fascinating thing researchers have found about endurance sports. The brain itself depends heavily on available energy. When fueling drops too low, athletes often experience mental fatigue along with physical fatigue. Everything feels harder. Simple decisions become difficult. Motivation drops. So, nutrition is not just about feeding the muscles, it's about feeding the brain too. That's why ultra runners often say the race becomes one giant moving problem solving exercise. You're constantly asking yourself, what can I still eat? What sounds good? What can my stomach tolerate? What gives me energy without upsetting my system? And those answers can change completely throughout the day and night. So when you watch runners stopping at the aid station during Survivorfest, which is right next to me here, remember, this is not just a snack break, it's a strategy. It's science, it's survival, but it's also comfort. It's all part of problem solving during the race. And sometimes it's the difference between stopping and continuing. So here's something to think about while you're watching the athletes out on the course tonight. If you had to keep moving for 24 hours, what food would you want waiting for you? Because in ultra running, the race is not just run with the legs. Sometimes it's saved by soup. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And if you've been watching the athletes out on the course for a while now, there's a question that probably starts to pop into your head at some point. Why? Why would someone willingly sign up to run, walk, or keep moving for an entire day? And honestly, it's a fair question, because when you first explain ultra running to someone, it can sound a little ridiculous. You're going to start running, keep going through the day, continue through the evening, move through the middle of the night, and then somehow still be out there the next morning. You're going to get tired. You're probably going to get sore. Your feet may hurt. Your legs may stop feeling the way they did at the start. Your stomach might not cooperate. And at some point, your brain is probably going to ask, why did I think this was a good idea? And yet people come back to this sport again and again. So there has to be something more to it than just running. For many ultra runners, the reason is deeply personal. It might be about testing limits. It might be about discovering what happens when things get hard. It might be about proving something to themselves. It might be about healing, remembering someone, supporting a cause, or being part of the running community. That's one of the reasons an event like Survivorfest is so meaningful. Every person out there has a reason. Some may be chasing a distance goal. Some may want to compete or complete more laps than they did last year. Some may be doing their first ultra. Some may be here because of the cause behind the event. Some may simply want to see what happens when they keep going longer than they ever have before. And that's where ultra running becomes so much more than a sport. At the start, excitement carries you. The music, the crowd, the energy, the fresh legs, all of that helps. But later on, especially when the race gets quiet, the reason becomes more important. That's when a runner starts drawing from something deeper. Maybe it's a promise they made to themselves. Maybe it's someone they're thinking about. Maybe it's pride. Maybe it's the cause. Maybe it's the simple decision to get around the course one more time. And honestly, that's something almost everyone can understand, even if they've never run an ultra. We all have things in life where we have to keep going one step at a time. A hard season, a personal challenge, a difficult project, grief, recovery, parenting, work, just life. Ultra running makes that visible. It takes that internal struggle, the one where you have to decide whether to keep going, and puts it out on the course where we can actually see it. So as you watch Survivorfest, don't think about the kilometers. Don't just think about who is moving the fastest. Think about why each person is still moving. Because in a 24-hour race, the why matters. And sometimes one good reason is enough to get someone through one more lap.
Welcome to Saffron Center. We provide resources and support for those who have experienced sexual violence. This is Yukon. She's our facility support dog. While Yukon is usually booked with one of our clients, she'll be taking you on a tour today. Here is one of our counseling rooms. Our team will listen and assist you in choosing the program that best supports you on your healing journey. And this is our playroom. It is available for our youngest clients. We offer a play therapy program for children ages 4 through 12. Our police and court support program has set this room up to allow clients to report sexual violence to police in a comfortable setting. This program is designed to provide information, support, and accompaniment to clients and their families throughout the justice process. If you or someone you love has experienced sexual violence, Saffron is a safe space for you to start your healing journey. Call us at 780-449-0900.
You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron support services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, Saffron supported 938 people through counseling, crisis response, system navigation, and specialized police and court support. That represented a 44% increase in demand in just the last couple of years. Their specialized police and court system or support team also saw its caseload increase by nearly 60%, helping survivors navigate police reporting, investigations, court appearances, and sentencing processes. And that support matters because healing is not simple. Sexual violence can affect mental health, relationships, trust, school, work, family life, physical health as well. And having trauma-informed support can genuinely change lives. And there's another reason this connection matters so much at an event like Survivorfest. Sport and endurance communities are built around trust, vulnerability, teamwork, encouragement, and community. And those spaces should always be safe spaces too. That's why Saffron also developed programs like Consent in Sport, helping athletes All right, I'm back with another Survivorfest Athlete Spotlight. And like I said before, this is one of my favorite parts of the entire broadcast because it reminds us that the people out on the course are just not a bib number. It's just not lap counts or distances on a timing screen. They're parents, spouses, friends, coaches, volunteers, cancer survivors, former smokers, people who changed their lives, people chasing huge goals, and people who are here simply to see what they can do. And when you read through the athlete responses that I got, one thing really becomes clear. Ultra runners are just a little bit unusual. And I mean that in the best possible way. They have big goals, strange food choices, funny race memories, meaningful mantras, and a very high tolerance for discomfort. So let's continue and introduce some of the other athletes taking part this weekend in Survivorfest. So we'll start this round with Carla Rodriguez, originally from Mexico, who's taking on the 24-hour Lupe event. Carla has completed 4 previous Survivorfest events, so she knows exactly what she's getting into here. She's been training since she was a kid. She started as a swimmer, where running was part of the warm-up, and then moved into modern pentathlon. This year, her goal is really simple. Just have fun, nothing else. And honestly, that's a great reminder that not every ultra goal has to be about distance, records, or numbers. Sometimes the goal is to enjoy the experience, stay present, and see what the day brings. Carla's favorite race memory is having her sister as her pacer during the 100-mile race at Lost Souls. Her go-to race fuel includes Red Bull and hot chocolate, which feels like a really specific and powerful combination. Her mantra is all for love. And she says her family and friends motivate her, even if they cannot physically be with her. She's looking forward to seeing whether she can handle the difficult mental stretch that usually hits her around 13 or 14 hours when the brain starts getting bored. Anyone who has done a long loop race probably understands that. Carla's advice is simple: have fun. And honestly, in a race this long, remembering to have fun might be one of the best strategies there is. Now, Carla holds 2 Mexican national records, both achieved at Survivorfest. The women's 6-hour Mexican national record in 2023 and the 12-hour Mexican national record in 2024. Next, we have Krista Ivers from Beaumont, racing the 24-hour Loop A event. Krista has completed 5 previous Survivorfest events, so she is very much part of the Survivorfest family. Her ultra running story began at a 5-kilometer race where she met race director Brian Wallace, who told her about River's Edge Ultra. With encouragement from her friend Michael Cameron, she signed up for the 50K 2 weeks later. Michael gave her the confidence to believe she could finish, and she did. Now, this year at Survivorfest, she's coming in with a relaxed mindset. She earned her buckle at the first event 2 years ago, took it easier last year, and had a lot of fun. And this year she says she will see where the wind takes her. So Krista's favorite race memory is pretty funny. At River's Edge Ultra last year, she and her pacer were just ahead of their friend Jim in the dark. They turned off their headlamps, hid in the trees, waited for him to pass, and then they jumped out at him. She says it was the greatest moment of any race she has ever done. So if you're running near Krista in the dark, maybe just stay alert. I don't think Krista will have a chance to do that here with the lights on, but you never know what's going to happen with the power. So Krista also shared a really meaningful part of her life. She worked as a funeral director, as a professional. She first entered at 19 years old. After leaving the industry for many years, she returned after the death of her mother. She says something good came from a very difficult time, and she's grateful to be back in a career she's always been passionate about. Her race food is just about everything. But at Survivorfest in particular, she loves a good McDonald's meal in the evening. Her current quote is, "What a gift it is to wake up and try again." And her motivation now is to celebrate what her body is capable of. She calls this her slow girl era, and she likes slowly chipping away at all the distances. This will be ultra number 30 for Krista. Her crew includes her father, her husband, Cam the man, and Jen Hamill. She says crew is a huge part of why she loves this event so much. So Krista, welcome back to Survivorfest. Now let's talk about Robert Coppard from Fort McMurray taking on the 24-hour Loop B event. Robert's running story started with weight loss journey. He lost almost 100 pounds and went from couch to a full marathon as his first race. That's not exactly the traditional recommended progression, but it is definitely impressive. His goal this year at Survivorfest is 100 miles or more. His favorite race memory is finishing the Lost Souls 100 mile while dealing with GI stress, because it showed him he had real grit. Robert describes himself as a sarcastic individual and says he really likes joking around. He also says people often think he is younger than he actually is, and since June 13th is his birthday, he's turning 48 years young this weekend. So, or I guess that's today. Happy birthday, Robert. His race fuel includes chocolate chip cookies, chocolate bars, and anything sweet. And apparently, if there's a gas station or coffee shop involved, there will probably be cookies. His mantra is smile for miles. He is motivated by the end goal and says if he says he's going to do something, he will do it. He also likes to add pressure to himself. So Robert is running this race for his mom and for his cat Grayson, who recently passed away during his training for this race. That adds a lot of heart to this effort today. He also wanted to recognize Mike McKenzie, a friend he looks up to and is excited to run alongside. So Robert, we hope this birthday race gives you exactly the kind of challenge and finish line feeling you're looking for. Now, speaking of Mike, next we have Mike McKenzie from Stony Plain racing the 24-hour Loop B event. Mike first tried running in 2010 after losing weight and wanting to keep it off. He had no idea what he was doing and says he just made it up as he went along. And that kind of is more common, I think, than many runners want to admit. He signed up for a charity half marathon in 2013, then started learning more about running through the Running Room magazine and eventually found his way into longer distances. Mike came into this year with a big A+ goal of 100 miles. But 9 weeks before the race, he suffered a painful injury after tripping and diving shoulder first into a streetlight pole, crushing and fully severing his right shoulder blade. He's had to spend 6 weeks with his shoulder completely immobilized and slowly started physio and light running. So his goal had to change. Now his goal includes reaching 135K, which would beat his second longest run ever, passing with that 100K mark and giving everything he has with no excuses. So that phrase, no excuses, it really sums up Mike's mindset. He says he may not be at peak physical form, but he is here to give it his all. Mike has many favorite race memories. Finishing his virtual Survivorfest in 2021 with his family, finishing Lost Souls in a rainstorm, crossing the line at Javelina with his friend Maury, and all the friendships he's made along the way. He loves running, reading about running, watching race videos, and talking about running. So basically, Mike is one of us. He also does not really like fruit, except for watermelon while running, or a pre-race banana, which is oddly specific and I guess somewhat relatable. His race foods include potatoes and pickles, cornbread, donuts, brownies, and candy. His motivation is seeing his watch roll over to triple digits, earning that Survivorfest belt buckle once you hit that marker, and getting into that mental place that only comes after running through sunset and into the night. He describes it as having a raw, real conversation with himself and being able to say, I am proud of me. And that's exactly what this race can do. Mike's wife may not be there in person the whole time, but he says she's always with him. She pushes him, cheers him on, picks him up, and gives him the strength to do hard things. So welcome back, Mike. We're glad you're here. Next, we have Chris Tetlock from Regina, Saskatchewan, running the 12-hour Loop A event. Chris got into running after years of living what he describes as a complacent lifestyle. He lost weight, discovered ultrarunning, and kept pushing to find the limit that cannot be found. His goal this year is anything over 120 kilometers, which he says would be a credible performance for himself. Chris shared that he used to weigh 300 pounds, so his journey into running is another powerful example of transformation. His favorite race memory is actually from pacing a friend to his first 100 miler. His friend was broken at 100 kilometers when Chris picked him up, and apparently they learned not to trust a 9-minute per kilometer pace. That sounds like there's a story there. Chris's race fuel is maple syrup, which is direct, efficient, and extremely Canadian. His quote is, "The race doesn't last forever, but the memories you will make will." And when asked what motivates him, he said he doesn't believe in motivation, only determination. He's looking forward to being around friends and having his 3-year-old daughter there at times to see Daddy do crazy things. His advice is, stop thinking, start doing. We can think ourselves out of great things. Chris wants to recognize his wife, Vanessa, for all the support she gives him to do these crazy things. He also wants people to know he's a very proud father, trying to set a positive example for his daughters and others, and that it is never too late to do something amazing. Okay, next we have Raj Dalimangam And I apologize, I do not think I pronounced that last name correctly at all. But Raj is from Calgary, racing the 24-hour Loop B event. And Raj got into running after being inspired by a nurse he worked with at Self Health Campus. He signed up for a 5K in 2016, thinking it'd be easy. But after just 600 meters, he had to alternate between walking and running. Instead of being discouraged, that experience motivated him to train seriously. And he's never looked back. Raj's goal this year is 126.6 kilometers, which would be at least 3 marathons. He managed 115 kilometers at the same event last year, so he's coming back to build on that. His favorite race memory is the Athens Marathon in 2023, running the original historic route from Marathon to Athens. He'd gone 2 days without sleep and seriously considered dropping out, but thanks to his running friends, he just kept going. So apparently Raj already has some experience with endurance and sleep deprivation. His mantra is, run the mile you are in and just keep going. He most looks forward to being part of the energy the runners and the volunteers bring to Survivorfest, hitting a personal best for his endurance running and challenging himself to do the things he puts his mind to. His advice is that if you have a strong why, you will figure out a way to do it. Raj is running without a crew or a pacer, but says that other runners are his support team, including Meredith, Adele, Lorraine, and Murthy. He also wanted to give a big shout out to Meredith and the Peters family, Rich and Adele, who are a huge support team from at last year's event. Well, Raj, we hope you find that energy again this year, and good luck. Now we have William Trent Goodwin from Crow's Nest Pass, Alberta, racing the 24-hour Loop A event. William's path into running started with a conversation with his radiologist. He asked how old her patient was, and she said 94, and that person ran marathons and was still running. That conversation clearly stayed with him. William says he is undertrained this year and does not have a big distance goal, but he is looking forward to not being injured and having a great day. He's been dealing with a calf tear and is hoping it is better by race day. His favorite race memory is simple: finishing. William also shared that he is a recovering drug addict and a cancer survivor. He describes the race as a celebration of body, mind, and soul, and his motivation is physical fitness and having experienced the alternative. His advice to someone thinking about endurance events is give her. Do it. William wants to recognize his family, Lisa Adams and the LaRose Ferguson family. William, we hope you get that good day you're looking for. Next, we have Sheldon Kilcullen from Winnipeg, racing the 24-hour Loop A event. Sheldon gave one of the best answers to what originally got him into running. He said, it used to be cheap. And that's a very honest answer, although anyone who has bought ultra-running shoes, race entries, nutrition, headlamps, and travel lately might have some questions. Sheldon's goal this year is 110 miles. His favorite race memory is getting over 100 miles the first time he did a 24-hour race. That's a huge milestone in this sport. His race fuel includes energy drinks and beer, and he says any Meatloaf song helps him through the moments. His motivation is his training partner, Whipper. And what is he most looking forward to? When it's over. And that is a really honest ultra answer. In all the questionnaires that was given, he's most looking forward to when it's over. Good luck, Sheldon. We hope you get that 110 miles and then you get to enjoy that finish line. And to close off the second spotlight segment, let's talk about Matthew Miller from Edmonton, running the 12-hour Loop A event. Matthew got into running for fitness, and his goal this year is 100 kilometers. His favorite race memory is meeting Tess Owen at River's Edge Ultra and his support team includes Tess, Poppy, and Scarlett. He describes himself as a simple dude who likes pizza, beer, Tess, their puppy cat Carmen, and their girls Poppy and Scarlett. That's a pretty solid life summary there. His race fuel includes peanut butter and jam sandwiches, with Coke being a great late time snack in races. And his mantra is, I can do hard things. We've heard that one before from a number of different athletes. And when asked what motivates him during the race, he said, Tess and beer after the race. Again, honest and effective. His advice is that process matters. Put in the training and you'll do fine at the race. He also wanted us to know that he realizes this is a family event and he will not show off his rear end. Thank you very much for that, Matthew. So thank you very much. The broadcast team appreciates that commitment, and all our viewers as well. And so that wraps up this athlete spotlight segment. And once again, what a mix of stories that we have here. We have athletes chasing those records, athletes coming back from injuries, athletes celebrating birthdays, ones that are running for families, and others that have transformed their lives. We have some that are powered by maple syrup, cookies, grilled cheese, hot chocolate, and maybe a little bit of stubbornness along the way. But underneath all of those different stories is the same thing. People choosing to show up, people choosing to do something difficult, and people choosing to be part of Survivorfest. And that is what makes these athlete stories worth sharing. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And one of the really interesting things about ultrarunning is that while it may look like an individual sport, nobody really does this alone. Yes, the runners are the ones covering the distance. They're the ones out there moving through the heat, the fatigue, the overnight hours, and all the highs and the lows that come with a 24-hour race. But behind every runner is an elite, entire support system helping make that possible. And honestly, that support becomes more important the longer the race goes on. Because after enough hours, ultrarunning stops being just physical. Small decisions become harder, emotions become bigger, simple things suddenly matter a lot. And that's where crew members become incredibly important. A good crew member is quietly watching everything, just not pace or distance, but little changes. How does the runner look coming into the aid station? Are they still eating? Are they getting quieter, colder, frustrated? Are they still making good decisions? And sometimes the most important thing a crew member does is reduce the number of decisions a tired runner has to make. Because after being awake and moving for 16 or 20 hours, even simple questions can feel overwhelming. Like, what do you want to eat? Do you need a jacket? Should you slow down? Do you need caffeine? Or should you change your shoes? A tired runner will sometimes answer every question the same way. I don't know. And that's when an experienced crew member steps in calmly and says, okay, eat this, or drink this, or put this on, you're doing fine, or one more lap. And honestly, sometimes that's exactly what the runner needs. Not motivation, not some big speech, just somebody calm beside them, helping simplify the moment. And then they're the volunteers. If you spend enough time around an ultramarathon, you start realizing that ultrarunning volunteers might be some of the kindest people on the planet, especially those ones that spend their time overnight. Because while most of the world is asleep, they're still out there filling cups, making soup, cheering for the runners, and encouraging complete strangers through difficult moments. And what's interesting is that encouragement genuinely matters. Research in endurance sports has shown that social support can actually reduce perceived effort and improve performance. And so in simple terms, people do better when they feel supported. That's why something as simple as volunteers smiling or saying, "You're doing great," can matter so much at 2 o'clock in the morning. Even if the runner absolutely does not feel great. And honestly, some of the most meaningful moments in ultrarunning are surprisingly small. A volunteer handing somebody warm soup, or a crew member helping change shoes. A tired runner sitting quietly while someone refills their water bottles. Another athlete saying, "Come on, let's do it. One more lap." Those are moments that stick with people. And then there's the organizing side of events like Survivorfest. What people see on race weekend is only a tiny fraction of the work involved. There are months behind the scenes planning most people will never notice. Coordinating volunteers, managing logistics, preparing the course, working with sponsors, building schedules, and solving problems before they even happen. And usually, most of that hard work is done by volunteers too. People with jobs, families, responsibilities, and busy lives who still choose to give their time because they believe in the event and the mission behind it. And that's really what makes ultrarunning communities feel different. Yes, people come here to challenge themselves physically, but underneath all of that is something much more human. People helping other people do hard things. That's the real story of events like Survivorfest. Every lap completed tonight is supported by a whole network of people. The runners may be moving the miles, but the community is carrying the event. And honestly, after enough time around ultrarunning, you realize that the community might be the strongest thing out there. Keep your eye out for Martin Lambert. He is competing in the men's ages 70 to 74 age group today, and he's targeting 2 records. The Canadian record for the 12-hour, at which currently the Canadian record is 102 kilometers, and he's targeting 113.544 kilometers. And his bib number is 16, so keep your eye open for him. His stretch goal is the 100-mile Canadian record, which currently sits at 21 hours and 10 minutes and 35 seconds, and he's targeting 18 hours, 16 minutes and 49 seconds. And currently we have Martin that's got 56 kilometers in so far, so he is looking good. We do have a number of other athletes out there that are targeting some records. We have Taylor Quinn. He's trying to achieve the Canadian men's open record today. We have Rainier. He is looking for the Canadian men's 50 and over 100-kilometer record. We have Sue Lucas. She's going for ACU age group record attempt as well. And of course, on the track, we have Wayne Gaudette, who is a holder of 5 Canadian men 65 older records that were achieved at Survivorfest just a couple of years ago. So lots of people attempting records today. So keep your eye out for all of these athletes on there. And if we do hear about a record being broken, we'll be sure to inform all of you out there watching from home. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron support services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, Saffron supported 938 people through counseling, crisis response, system navigation, and specialized police and court support. That represented a 44% increase in demand in just the last couple of years. Their specialized police and court system or support team also saw its caseload increase by nearly 60%, helping survivors navigate police reporting, investigations, court appearances, and sentencing processes. And that support matters because healing is not simple. Sexual violence can affect mental health, relationships, trust, school, work, family life, physical health as well. And having trauma-informed support can genuinely change lives. And there's another reason this connection matters so much at an event like Survivorfest. Sport and endurance communities are built around trust, vulnerability, teamwork, encouragement, and community. And those spaces should always be safe spaces too. That's why Saffron also developed programs like Consent in Sport, helping athletes, coaches, and organizations better understand how to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior both on and off the field. And honestly, that's part of what makes Survivorfest feel so meaningful. Yes, it's an ultramarathon. Yes, it's about endurance, but it's also about hope. It's about community. It's about standing beside survivors. It's about this race and this platform to help create safer communities and support people who may be carrying invisible struggles. And Survivorfest is already making a real impact. Since the event began, Survivorfest has raised more than $38,000 in support of the Saffron Center and their prevention, education, and support programs. That's an incredible example of what a community can accomplish when people come together around something so meaningful. And if you would like to support the work the Saffron Center does tonight, you can help directly through the donation link shared in the live stream description or by scanning the QR code shown on the screen throughout the broadcast. Every donation helps support prevention, education, counseling services, advocacy programs, and survivor support right here in our community. And truly, every contribution matters. So to every athlete out there on the course tonight, every volunteer working overnight, every sponsor, every donor, and every person watching from home, thank you. Every lap matters, every donation matters, and every conversation matters. And every act of support helps carry this mission forward, because at the end of the day, that's why Survivorfest exists. Not just to see how far people can run, but to help people feel supported, seen, safe, and never alone. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And as you watch the athletes out on the course, you're probably noticing something very interesting. Not everyone is running the entire time. Some athletes are running, some are jogging, some are walking. And if you're newer to the ultra running sport, one of the most important things to understand is this: walking is not a failure. In fact, in a 24-hour race, walking can be one of the smartest things a runner does. A race like this is not about looking fast in the first hour. It's not about impressing people early and then hanging on for the rest of the day. It's about managing effort over a very long period of time. And for many ultra runners, that means using walking as part of the strategy from the very beginning. Some runners walk while they eat. Some walk to bring their effort down. Some walk to reset mentally. Some walk because their stomach just needs a break. Some walk because they know that if they stay patient now, they'll still be moving later. That's the key to understanding this sport. Ultra running is not about who can run the fastest. It's about who can keep moving. Sometimes the smartest runner is the one who has the discipline to slow down before the race forces them to slow down. And that can be hard, especially early in the event when everyone feels good. The energy is high, the legs are fresh, the adrenaline is flowing, and it's easy to get carried away. But a 24-hour race has a way of collecting payment later. If someone pushes too hard in the first few hours, they may feel the decision much later in the day or deep into the night. So walking early can actually protect the later part of the race. That's one of the biggest lessons in ultra running. Slowing down is not always the same as stopping. Sometimes slowing down is exactly what allows someone to continue. So when you see someone walking during Survivorfest, don't assume someone has gone wrong. They may be eating, they may be lowering their effort, they may be protecting their legs, they may be giving their stomach a chance to settle, or they may be doing exactly what they planned to do. A runner walking with purpose is still racing. They're still adding distance. They're still moving towards their goal. And that's why every person on the course deserves encouragement, whether they're running quickly, jogging steadily, or walking one lap at a time. Because in a 24-hour race, every lap matters. A running lap counts, a walking lap counts, a hard lap counts, and a lap where someone had to convince themselves to keep going absolutely counts. So as you continue watching Survivorfest, cheer for the walkers too. And because walking is not quitting in ultra running, walking is a strategy. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And if you're just joining us, or if you're newer to this event, let's take a moment to explain exactly how Survivorfest works. This is not a traditional race where everybody starts, runs a set distance, and finishes at the same finish line. Survivorfest is a timed endurance event. That means athletes continue moving for the length of their event, and the goal is to cover as much distance as possible before the clock runs out. Some athletes are taking on the full 24-hour event. Others are participating in 12-hour events, 6-hour events, or the relay option where teammates share the challenge together. And that's the part of what makes this race so interesting. In a fixed distance race, the question is, how long will it take you to finish? But in a timed race, the question becomes, how far can you go before the time runs out? And that changes the whole strategy. Every lap matters. A fast lap counts, a slow lap counts, a walking lap counts, a difficult lap where someone had to talk themselves into continuing absolutely counts. The timing system tracks athletes as they complete laps, and over time, those laps build into their final distance. That means athletes are not just racing the people around them, they're also racing the clock. Their own goals, their energy, their nutrition, their pacing, and the challenge of staying consistent over many hours. And because this is a looped course, you'll see athletes come through again and again. That's one of the great things about Survivorfest. It gives spectators, crew members, volunteers, and viewers a chance to follow the story as it unfolds. You may see someone looking strong early, struggling later, and then coming back again. You may see someone walking for a while, then running again. You may see athletes stopping for food or changing socks or adding layers or checking in with their crew, and that's all part of the race. A 24-hour event is not just about speed, it's about management, it's about patience, it's about solving small problems before they become big ones. It's about finding a pace and a rhythm that can last. So as you watch Survivorfest, remember, the clock is the course. Every lap tells part of the story. Every athlete has their own goal, and whether they're running, walking, or simply finding a way to keep moving, every step adds to what they're building out there today. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. One of the best ways to describe ultrarunning is this: it's problem solving on tired legs. Now, obviously, there's running involved, there's endurance, there's pacing, there's fitness, but once you get deep into a 24-hour race, it becomes much more than just athletic ability. It becomes a full day and full night of managing problems. And interestingly, that's actually part of what makes this sport so fascinating, because nobody has a perfect race. Not in an event this long. At some point, something always starts to go sideways, whether it's the stomach or the feet, or a hot spot that turns into a blister, or weather changes, or a runner realizes they started too fast, or their hydration's off, mood changes, or maybe their brain starts whispering that sitting in a chair sounds like the greatest idea in human history. And this is where ultra running becomes really interesting, because the best ultra runners are usually not the people who avoid all the problems. They're the people who know how to respond when the problems happen. That's a huge difference. And there's researchers who study this in endurance performance athletes, and they've found something very similar. Elite endurance athletes are often not separated purely by fitness. They also are separated by pacing decisions, emotional regulation, adaptability, and problem management under fatigue. In other words, the ability to stay calm and make good decisions while tired becomes a performance skill. And that's harder than it sounds, because fatigue changes the brain, and studies on prolonged endurance exercise show that the physical fatigue increases. As it increases, cognitive performance can decrease too. Decision making gets slower, attention drops, emotions become stronger. Small problems can suddenly feel massive. Anyone who has ever been overtired already understands this. Now imagine making decisions after being awake most of the night while continually moving. That's ultra running. And this is why experienced runners become incredibly good at simplifying problems. Instead of panicking, they start troubleshooting. What exactly is wrong? What can I still control? Do I need calories, fluids? Do I need a slower pace? What about socks? Do I need to change my socks or shoes? Do I need caffeine? Should I take a small walk break? Because in a race this long, many problems are manageable if they're handled early. And that's one of the most important lessons in ultra running. A bad hour does not have to become a bad race, and that's huge. In shorter races, things can unravel quickly because there's no time to recover. But in a 24-hour race, the story can completely change multiple times. A runner can feel terrible at midnight and strong again at 2 a.m. Someone can spend an hour struggling and then suddenly rebound after food and fluids. A runner can slow down early, solve a problem properly, and still finish incredibly strong. That's why patience matters so much in this sport. Sometimes viewers may see a runner walking and assume they're falling apart, but maybe the exact opposite is happening. Maybe they're making a smart decision before the situation gets worse. Maybe they're reducing effort so their stomach can absorb calories. Maybe they're cooling their body down, or protecting sore muscles, or lowering their heart rate. Maybe they're regrouping mentally. Or maybe they're making a decision that protects the next 6 hours of the race instead of just the next 6 minutes. That's the hidden strategy happening constantly during events like Survivorfest. And honestly, a lot of ultra runners become surprisingly skilled at reading themselves over time. They learn patterns. This feels usually means I need sodium, or this feeling means I'm underfueled. This is what happens when I get overheated, or the mood crash usually means I need calories. It becomes a strange combination of endurance sport, self-awareness, and troubleshooting. And then there's the role of the crews and the volunteers. they become incredibly important during long races because tired runners are not always great decision makers. That's where real science comes in to support this too. Sleep deprivation and prolonged exertion both impair judgment, memory, and emotional regulation. So sometimes crews become the runner's external brain, saying, eat this or drink this, slow down or change your socks, take your headlamp, you're doing okay, or you're still doing well, or go one more lap before you make a decision. Simple things. But in a long race, simple things matter enormously. And one of the most impressive skills in ultra running is emotional control, not getting too high during good stretches, not getting too low during bad stretches, because experienced runners understand something important. Everything changes. The weather changes, energy changes, the stomach changes, the body changes. And the runners who keep adapting are usually the runners who keep moving. That's why ultra running rewards patience so heavily. It rewards calm thinking, it rewards flexibility, and it rewards people who can stay composed when things stop going according to plan. And honestly, that's probably one of the reasons so many people connect emotionally with this sport, because life feels like that sometimes too, right? Things go wrong or plans change. You adapt. You solve the next problem. You keep moving forward anyways. So as you continue watching Survivorfest, pay attention to those little moments, that extra stop at the aid station, the shoe change that you might actually notice on screen, the runner grabbing that nice warm bowl of soup, a walk break, or a volunteer checking on someone, or the crew helping a runner reset. That's the hidden race happening inside the race, because in a 24-hour event, the runners who keep solving problems are usually the runners who keep moving.
And all right, well, we finally tracked down Laura, our race director today, only a few hours late, but how's it going, Laura?
Going great. It's going really, really good. You know, everybody seems really happy. Unfortunately, due to the weather, like the weather might say overcast and 20, but it's warm. There's just a few, what do they call it? Skiffles or skivers or skiffles of
It's blue.
of
It's blue and it's
of
hot.
clouds, but it's hot. Like it's the warmest I think we've had in quite some time. So it's saying 20 degrees, but it's feeling more like 24, 25.
Yeah.
So some of the athletes have really felt the heat. So they pulled the plug, called it a day. But that's only like a few, like very few.
Yeah.
And they had really big goals. We were hoping that they would have pulled through because, you know, we'll do just about anything for our athletes to get those goals. And yeah, so now we're just watching as they go round and round, and they're using the aid station, which is good. We've got lots of ice thanks to our sponsor, Claysmore Pure. We're going through water rather quickly, so I have put a call out to them to see if we can get some more water so that we don't have to melt ice. And yeah, we've got lots of goodies for the runners, and they've eaten up all our bacon. I think we had to go do another run for bacon and pierogies.
Yeah, so like all day today, I'm right next to the aid station. For those that have been watching, I did show a little bit earlier on the aid station, but it started this morning with pancakes. Then it followed with bacon. Then it's pierogies. Then it's more bacon. And I'm just sitting here suffering. But
because we're not expending that much energy.
I know. But
well, actually, hold on. All the setting up the tents this morning, going from maybe we are
sure
doing our own little like endurance. Well, we are doing our own endurance event for sure. Like we're not running, but we're definitely having to be on our game for logistic challenges, and we had a few broken tents this morning, so that was our challenge.
But hey, you talk. This has been an endurance event for us, right? Because we have a little bit of another segment later on today, but it talks about the planning that goes into this event, and I mean, we get a little bit of time off, but around September, we get right into it. And from September till now, it's plan, and then it all comes together in this one day. And not everything's going to be perfect.
No.
But, you know, you see how many athletes are out here, how everything's coordinated from volunteers. We have like 80 volunteers, close to that.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's a big thing, and it all comes today. So
it sure does.
How does that feel?
Sure does. Amazing. And all I can think of is thank you, Mike. Thank you, Eva and Sophie and Ashley and Andrea and Derek and
Wendy.
Our spouses,
Yeah.
And
Wendy, our volunteer
coordinator. Yeah, for sure. We can't forget her because, well, this is the year of the volunteer.
Yeah.
So we have had some special swag in our volunteer bags for that. She's going all out, which Sophie, our new treasurer, you know, is a little, we're trying to keep our budgets in line with Sophie, and Sophie's trying to keep us on budget. But because, you know, as always, we want every cent going to Saffron Center. So we try to get as many donations as possible for absolutely everything. So actually, Wendy got a lot of donations for the volunteer swag.
Excellent. Yeah.
And and we got a really good deal on the shirts. So our volunteers are really happy with their swag this year. So
awesome.
Yeah, we can do, and you know, going back to like the athletes and a bit about the volunteers too, is that the amount that keep returning year after year after year, like our MC excuse me, asked at one point how many people are returning,
Mhm.
and it was actually a lot louder than it was like new athletes.
Yeah,
So, which tells us we're doing something right
I agree.
for them coming back.
Yeah, you see a lot of the same athletes coming back, but on top of that, the event keeps growing year after year, and this year is our largest attendance
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
And you just see it with all the tents out here and all the athletes, right? So
Yep, yep. And I'm giggling because as much as more tents are happening, there's also this, as we're putting up tents, some of the athletes see who they were beside the year before,
Yep.
and they're like, oh, come, and then they're negotiating with their neighbor to get their friends beside them, and they're completely like, yeah, okay, sure, I can slide my tent over so that you guys can be together, which is, again, not competitive at all, just about community and supporting one another. And it's really beautiful to see. Like, you would think it would be more competitive and a little, but it's totally not.
it's the opposite,
Like,
right?
they pick up the vibe.
Yeah, and you hear year after year all these different stories that happen out there on the track, especially late at night when people are feeling a little bit, low, or right now in the heat, people are like, there could be a little suffering going on at this time.
Totally.
But you hear about those individuals that are there to pick other people up. And in fact, you got an award for that.
Yes, we do. We have the Don Wheatcroft Award, and Don Wheatcroft comes every year and runs a 6-hour event. So he's out there on the track, but we have an award for the athlete going above and beyond like their own suffering. Like, even though they're having a crappy day, they're still cheering on, supporting others. And I named it after Don because he's that type of athlete, like, who is known for continually supporting others, even though he may not be feeling so hot himself.
That's
Yeah,
right.
so it's cool. Yeah.
Good stuff. So what next? What's happening for the rest of the day here to let
So
people
right
know?
now we're looking at the 6-hour event coming to a close pretty soon. What time is it?
In just under half an hour,
Yeah,
26,
under
26
half
minutes.
hour.
Yep.
So I won't be able to stay for very much longer. But so that means that some athletes have been out there for 7 hours. The 24-hour and the 12 hours have been out there 7 hours. And it's so one of where we've really seen a rise in runners is actually the 6-hour and 12-hour events. In the past, there's been like a handful of people, but now we're really seeing more athletes. And like in previous years when we made the trophies, there's been a few where I haven't gotten the three top threes.
Right.
Like, I might only get one trophy because there might be only one male in that category. This year, there's actually a full set of trophies for the 12-hour, the 6-hour, and the 24 hours.
Excellent.
Yeah. So there's some good competition out there, and there were a couple athletes in the 6-hour category that were looking to break some records, but again, the heat.
Yeah.
It's surprising because we've had a lot of rain. So people are like, oh, you want a really nice sunny day? Actually, we'd like it if it was a little overcast.
Yeah.
And a little bit cooler.
cooler.
There is a breeze, so that definitely helps the athletes. And us offering as much ice as we can. We just ran out of freezies. We got some freezies freezing in the freezer right now, but we're just
It's
trying
funny,
to
right?
accommodate.
Like, you think about last year, we had more ice and freezies than we knew what to do with because it was so
Yeah.
cold. It was raining, And now
we went through a lot of soup.
we went through a lot of soup. Now we got plenty of soup. And
Yeah.
we need more freezies, but they're freezing as we speak. That's
Yeah.
right. So
Yeah, because I know I'll want freezies tonight.
Oh,
'cause
guaranteed.
I can take a freezie even when it's cold. The nut that I am, but I just I'm looking at this track, and some of these athletes going around, they don't even look like they've been running
No.
for 7 hours.
No.
Like Harold that just ran by. and Oleg
Right.
and Adam French, like, yeah, and
Yeah, they still look
Yana,
fresh.
she's past 50K. Have you? She'll be one that you'll want to interview when she's done a race, because she's a race director of a timed running event in BC, and she's been wanting to come check out Survivorfest, and so she's here to get her first. Not her first ultra. She's done ultras before, but she wanted a 50K in the 6 hour.
Right.
She got it done, plus some.
Awesome. Good.
Plus some. So she's doing great.
Right on. And you know, I was talking about Martin Lambert. I don't know, have you met Martin Lambert?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, this was my first time meeting him
Yeah.
face to face, but we did email each other back and forth.
Right.
Super great emails
Yeah.
from that guy, and so I was really looking forward to meeting him face to face, and he hasn't disappointed me at all. And he's another one on the track that's looking really strong.
Yeah, he's looking really strong, and he dropped off a sheet for me because he is looking for two Canadian records. So the 12-hour time in his age group of men 70 to 74, he's looking for achieving 113.544 kilometers, and that would beat the existing record that's 102 kilometers for that age group. And his stretch goal is 100 miles in 18 hours and 16 minutes and 49 seconds, which the current goal is 21 hours and 10 minutes and 35 seconds. And so when we look at him right now, he's at 69.2 kilometers as we speak in 6 hours and 36 minutes. So he's doing extremely well. So yeah, so keep an eye out for Martin. He's bib number 16 out there. I just saw him pass a little bit ago, so we'll see him on Loop A
And there's my
as well.
friend Scott and Omar.
So for all of you, if you want to follow the live results, you can find the link in the chat, whether it's YouTube or on the Facebook live chat. The link is in both there for you to access all the live results.
And Sue Lucas, she's another one. She's been trying, actually. She's registered for Survivorfest, I think, 4 times, and this is the first time that she's gotten here, because other times stuff has come up for her. And so there was even the first, I think she was registered in 2022, and she actually picked up her race package, and I had just missed her, like meeting her face to face, and I was like, okay, well, I'll see her tomorrow morning. Well, it ended up that her dog got sick, and so she had to go back home. She's a huge dog lover and rescues dogs, and so I totally understood. Actually, before the race, I was sending her dog pictures of my own dog, and I was joking how I was going to have them come visit her at the track. So
That's good. Yeah, and we had her, an athlete spotlight on Sue as well, and she talked about one of her fondest memories is volunteering at a dog shelter in India, and her 2 rescue dogs are from India, the India shelter. So that's a pretty cool story too.
Yeah. So.
All right. Oh, there comes Martin. He's coming around right now.
There he is. Go, Martin! Woo!
Looking strong. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. So what if it's 3 or 4 hours a little late after we planned? That's okay. That's how these things go. So thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you later.
Yes, for sure. Keep watching.
You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. Now, events like Survivorfest did not happen alone. They happen because a whole community comes together around the race, the athletes, and the cause behind it. That includes our volunteers in our race committee, our crews, our families, our viewers, and of course, our sponsors. Sponsors play a really important role in helping make this event possible. Their support helps create a better experience for athletes, helps us continue growing the event, and helps keep the focus where it belongs, on community, endurance, awareness, and supporting the Saffron Center. And one of the things we really appreciate about our sponsors is that they're not just putting their name on an event. They're choosing to stand behind something meaningful. They're helping to support an event that brings people together. They're helping raise awareness for sexual violence prevention and survivor support. They're helping create a space where athletes can challenge themselves while also contributing to something bigger than their own race. And that matters. So throughout the broadcast, we'll be taking time to recognize some of the organizations and people who have stepped forward to support Survivorfest. And when we talk to our sponsors, we're not just going to ask about business. We want to know who they are, why they chose to support this event, what connection they have to the community, and what it means to be part of something like this, because Survivorfest is built on community support. Every runner out there is part of the story. Every volunteer is part of the story. Every donor is part of the story. And every sponsor who helps make this event possible is part of the story too. So with that, we want to say thank you to all of our Survivorfest sponsors. Your support helps make this event happen, and it helps us continue raising awareness for the important work of the Saffron Center. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. One of the questions people ask all the time when they hear about a 24-hour race is, how do you even train for something like this? And honestly, that's a great question, because most people cannot imagine waking up one day and deciding to move for 24 straight hours. And the truth is, nobody starts there. Ultra runners build towards events like this gradually, often over many years. That's one of the biggest misconceptions about ultra running. People sometimes imagine these athletes as superhuman. But most ultra runners are actually very normal people. Teachers, parents, nurses, office workers. They're just people trying to fit training in before work, after work, during their lunch breaks, even early in the morning or late at night while still balancing a normal life. And what separates many ultra runners is not superpowers. It's consistency. Training for an event like Survivorfest is less about one giant workout and more about steadily building endurance over time. For many runners, that means running multiple times a week year-round. Some runners may train 4 days a week. Others train 6 or 7. Higher level athletes can spend many hours every week building endurance, strength, recovery, and efficiency. But one of the most interesting things about ultra training is that it doesn't always look the way people expect. Yes, runners do long runs, sometimes very long runs, but they also spend a lot of time training slowly. That surprises people because in ultra running, training is not always about speed. A lot of the goal is teaching your body to move efficiently for a very long time. That means building aerobic fitness, improving your endurance, strengthening muscles and connective tissue, and gradually teaching the body to tolerate long periods of movement. And there's actually a lot of science behind that. Research has shown that endurance training improves the body's ability to use oxygen efficiently, increases mitochondrial density inside muscle cells, improves fat metabolism, strengthens the cardiovascular system, and improves resistance to fatigue over time. In simple terms, the body slowly becomes better at handling long efforts. But that adaptation takes time, a lot of time. That's why experienced runners are usually patient. You can't really rush endurance fitness. And one of the classic ultra running workouts is something called the back-to-back long run. Instead of doing one massive run, runners may do a long run on Saturday and then another long run on Sunday while already tired. Why? Because the goal is not just training the body to run fresh. It's training the body and the mind to keep moving while fatigued. And honestly, that becomes one of the biggest themes in ultra running, learning how to keep functioning when things stop feeling comfortable. Another thing people find surprising is that ultra runners actually train walking too. Seriously, walking is not failure in ultra running. We know that. Walking is a strategy. So runners will often practice things like power hiking, walking hills efficiently, eating while moving, managing pace, and learning how to conserve energy over long periods of time. And then there's nutrition training, because runners are not just training muscles, they're training their stomachs too. Many ultra runners spend months figuring out what foods work, what foods stop working after 10 hours, how much fluid do they need? Can they tolerate sport drinks all day? How does heat affect eating, and what happens out overnight? And honestly, some of that training becomes very trial and error, because what works perfectly during a training session may suddenly stop working on race day. Recovery is another huge part of ultra training, and this is something newer runners often underestimate. The body does not get stronger during the workout itself. It adapts afterwards, during recovery, during sleep, during the easier training days, during proper fueling, during rest. That's why experienced runners pay a lot of attention to recovery, because consistency matters more, or much more, than destroying yourself in one workout. And mentally, ultra training teaches patience, a lot of patience. There are long solo runs, bad weather runs, early morning runs, runs where people feel amazing, and runs where everything just feels difficult. And over time, runners slowly build confidence. Not confidence that the race day will be easy, but confidence that they can keep handling difficult moments when they show up. And honestly, one of the most impressive things about ultra running is how ordinary many of them outside the sport. Most are not professional athletes. They're simply people who decide to keep showing up consistently over a long period of time. One run at a time, one training cycle at a time, one lesson at a time. And eventually, after enough months and years of preparation, they find themselves standing on a start line, much like this one at Survivorfest, ready to see what they're capable of over the next 24 hours. And honestly, that's a pretty incredible process.
Welcome to Saffron Center. We provide resources and support for those who have experienced sexual violence. This is Yukon. She's our facility support dog. While Yukon is usually booked with one of our clients, she'll be taking you on a tour today. Here is one of our counseling rooms. Our team will listen and assist you in choosing the program that best supports you on your healing journey. And this is our playroom. It is available for our youngest clients. We offer a play therapy program for children ages 4 through 12. Our police and court support program has set this room up to allow clients to report sexual violence to police in a comfortable setting. This program is designed to provide information, support, and accompaniment to clients and their families throughout the justice process. If you or someone you love has experienced sexual violence, Saffron is a safe space for you to start your healing journey. Call us at 780-449-0900.
You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron's support services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, Saffron supported 938 people through counseling, crisis response, system navigation, and specialized police and court support. That represented a 44% increase in demand in just the last couple of years. Their specialized police and court system or support team also saw its caseload increase by nearly 60%, helping survivors navigate police reporting, investigations, court appearances, and sentencing processes. And that support matters because healing is not simple. Sexual violence can affect mental health, relationships, trust, school, work, family life, physical health as well. And having trauma-informed support can genuinely change lives. And there's another reason this connection matters so much at an event like Survivorfest. Sport and endurance communities are built around trust, vulnerability, teamwork, encouragement, and community. And those spaces should always be safe spaces too. That's why Saffron also developed programs like Consent in Sport, helping athletes, coaches, and organizations better understand how to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior both on and off the field. And honestly, that's part of what makes Survivorfest feel so meaningful. Yes, it's an ultramarathon. Yes, it's about endurance, but it's also about hope. It's about community. It's about standing beside survivors. It's about this race and this platform to help create safer communities and support people who may be carrying invisible struggles. And Survivorfest is already making a real impact. Since the event began, Survivorfest has raised more than $38,000 in support of the Saffron Center and their prevention, education, and support programs. That's an incredible example of what a community can accomplish when people come together around something so meaningful. And if you would like to support the work the Saffron Center does tonight, you can help directly through the donation link shared in the live stream description or by scanning the QR code shown on the screen throughout the broadcast. Every donation helps support prevention, education, counseling services, advocacy programs, and survivor support right here in our community. And truly, every contribution matters. So to every athlete out there on the course tonight, every volunteer working overnight, every sponsor, every donor, and every person watching from home, thank you. Every lap matters, every donation matters, and every conversation matters. And every act of support helps carry this mission forward, because at the end of the day, that's why Survivorfest exists. Not just to see how far people can run, but to help people feel supported, seen, safe, and never alone.
Okay, welcome back. I'm joined now with Janet from Trends Optical. That's a boutique right here in Sherwood Park that has been serving the community for over 20 years. So welcome to Survivorfest, Janet.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Yeah, thank you. So Trends Optical has been independently owned and operating in Sherwood Park since 2002. And so for anyone who hasn't been in, what makes Trends Optical different from any other optical chain store?
We are a small independent that has been around since 2002. When we opened, we were store number 8 in Sherwood Park, and certainly Sherwood Park has grown. We do source eyewear and frames from all over. We try to carry stuff that's very different, and we focus on personal service. So it's not a one-size-fits-all store.
Perfect. And so you talked about you have a bunch of different types of styles. How do you go about finding these different styles? And
occasionally I'll go to conventions. I'm also just sourcing through different sales reps, different companies. I'm looking for stuff that's unique but still wearable. So something that has character but people still want to wear every day and feel comfortable in.
okay, right on. And so you offer some services that might actually surprise people as well. Can you speak about those?
We do have an independent optometrist that comes in and provides eye exams. We carry a large variety of sunglasses, prescription dive masks, swim goggles. We do a lot of safety eyewear, and we also take care of dry eyes.
Did you say you do like ski goggles?
We have done ski goggles as well, yes.
Interesting. I might have to look into that. Okay, and here's one of the questions that one of the other committee members was wondering and asking you, but what type of glasses would you recommend for a runner that you'd see out here today?
I would recommend something definitely lightweight if you're wearing eyeglasses instead of contacts. So lightweight, something that'll stay in place, be comfortable. Something that won't slide down when you're perspiring, and with some wrap so it protects you from either the sun or the wind or the any rain.
Awesome. Okay. Now, Survivorfest, you've helped out and been a generous supporter of Survivorfest for many years, but what brought your Trends Optical to support Survivorfest in the first place?
Well, Laura is a friend of mine, and I remember back at one of our events, she was talking about starting a run for Saffron, and she built it, and I'm really proud of her, and I just wanted to support her and the Saffron Center.
Awesome. Yeah, and you know, that's pretty much one of the common answers is it's Laura. She's out there. She's extremely passionate about this event. Is extremely passionate about the Saffron Center, and up to this point, up to the end of the event last year, she's been able to raise over $37,000 for the Saffron Center, which is incredible.
That is amazing.
And with us just continuing to get bigger and bigger, hopefully those donations just increase even more.
And it just creates more awareness for them as well, right?
For sure. And I'll be honest, like for myself, I hadn't heard of the Saffron Center until I met Laura and I got really involved in this. But further that, all the programs that they provide, both my children went through some of the programs that they offer in the school, and that's some of the money that we raise directly provides their abilities and capabilities of doing that.
That's right.
So it's that's the biggest part is the awareness too.
Yep. Education.
Yeah. And so outside of Survivorfest, Trends Optical has really had a good track record giving back to Strathcona County. So where does that commitment come from, and why is that important to your business?
You know what? It comes, Sherwood Park and Strathcona County supports Trends Optical, so it is important to me to give back. What we've got starting up here in July is Christmas in July, so that's actually for the Strathcona Christmas Bureau, where we're collecting new unwrapped toys and donations for the Christmas Bureau.
Right on. Good for you guys. And going now to the eye care, and you talked about an optometrist, but how often should people be getting their eyes examined, and what are some of those signs that it might be time to book that appointment?
Well, for children, for sure, every year, because as they grow, their eyes change. Seniors as well, because you're starting to watch for more health concerns like cataracts, glaucoma, macular degeneration. You want to catch those sooner rather than later. And those are silent diseases, so you don't really know you have them until it's caught by a professional. For most adults, it's every 2 years, unless you have something going on with your eyes that you want to keep track of.
Okay, right on. And I know I have to go in because I had to get progressives for the first time, so it's a big change in my life. But hey, I can now read.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing too.
Yeah.
Okay, so for anyone watching today who's been thinking about coming in, what would you want them to know about the experience at Trends Optical?
I would just like them to know that we try to make buying eyeglasses fun and relaxed, and we just want you to leave with the perfect pair that not only makes you feel good, but other people compliment on, and that also helps support our business.
Right on. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Janet, and thank you so much for the support towards Saffron, as well as Survivorfest, of course, and we really appreciate you being part of this fantastic event.
Thank you very much for having me again.
You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately. But those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron's support services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, you're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, and those spaces should always be safe, they matter. That's why Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. And Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it. Maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron Support Services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, Saffron supported 938 people through counseling, crisis response, system navigation, and specialized police and court support. That represented a 44% increase in demand in just the last couple of years. Their specialized police and court system or support team also saw its caseload increase by nearly 60%, helping survivors navigate police reporting, investigations, court appearances, and sentencing processes. And that support matters because healing is not simple. Sexual violence can affect mental health, relationships, trust, school, work, family life, physical health as well. And having trauma-informed support can genuinely change lives. And there's another reason this connection matters so much at an event like Survivorfest. Sport and endurance communities are built around trust, vulnerability, teamwork, encouragement, and community. And those spaces should always be safe spaces too. That's why Saffron also developed programs like Consent in Sport, helping athletes, coaches, and organizations better understand how to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior both on and off the field. And honestly, that's part of what makes Survivorfest feel so meaningful. Yes, it's an ultramarathon. Yes, it's about endurance, but it's also about hope. It's about community. It's about standing beside survivors. It's about this race and this platform to help create safer communities and support people who may be carrying invisible struggles. And Survivorfest is already making a real impact. Since the event began, Survivorfest has raised more than $38,000 in support of the Saffron Center and their prevention, education, and support programs. That's an incredible example of what a community can accomplish when people come together around something so meaningful. And if you would like to support the work the Saffron Center does tonight, you can help directly through the donation link shared in the live stream description or by scanning the QR code shown on the screen throughout the broadcast. Every donation helps support prevention, education, counseling services, advocacy programs, and survivor support right here in our community. And truly, every contribution matters. So to every athlete out there on the course tonight, every volunteer working overnight, every sponsor, every donor, and every person watching from home, thank you. Every lap matters, every donation matters, and every conversation matters. And every act of support helps carry this mission forward because at the end of the day, that's why Survivorfest exists. Not just to see how far people can run, but to help people feel supported, seen, safe, and never alone. All right, we have an announcement to make. We've been updating about Martin Lambert. He was going after a couple Canadian records. However, he has just set a 50-mile world record for his age group. That's correct, not a Canadian record, but a world record. He was able to run 50 miles in 7 hours, 41 minutes, and 26 seconds, beating the old record by roughly 2 minutes. So congratulations, Martin. And here's hoping that you can crush a couple more records today. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from the Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And at some point during a 24-hour race, runners start learning a very important lesson. Comfort is performance. Because in shorter races, gear matters. But in ultra running, gear really matters. Over this much time, tiny problems can slowly turn into very big problems. A sock that rubs slightly at the beginning of a race may become a blister hours later. A shirt that feels fine early on can suddenly become annoying after thousands and thousands of arm swings. A headlamp battery that seemed probably okay earlier suddenly becomes a very concerning issue at 2 a.m. And one of the biggest lessons learned an ultra runner learns is that if something feels slightly wrong early, it usually doesn't magically get better later, especially when it comes to feet. In a race like Survivorfest, runners are taking tens of thousands of steps over the course of a day and night. That's a lot of impact, a lot of friction, a lot of heat, a lot of moisture. So foot care becomes incredibly important. And honestly, ultra runners can become surprisingly obsessed with socks. Which probably sounds a little ridiculous to anyone on the outside of the sport, but after enough hours out here, a clean, dry pair of socks can feel like winning the lottery. Seriously, there are moments during a long race where changing socks feels less like changing clothing and more like receiving emotional support. And there's actually some real science behind why feet become such a problem in endurance events. Friction, heat, and moisture all increase the likelihood of blisters forming. As skin softens from moisture and repeated movement, it becomes more vulnerable to damage. That's why runners spend so much effort trying to manage all three: dry feet, proper shoe fit, reduction in friction, keeping dirt or debris out of your shoes, and managing hot spots before they become full blisters. Because once something starts hurting in a race this long, every single step becomes a reminder. And another interesting thing happens during long endurance events. Feet swell, sometimes quite a bit. And research has shown that prolonged running can cause fluid shifts and inflammation that increase foot volume over time. And that's why ultra runners actually wear shoes slightly larger than they would for shorter races. And it's also why some runners change shoes during an event. Not because the shoes or the original shoes were bad, but because 12 hours later, the body is different. Some runners want more cushioning overnight. Some want more room on their feet as they swell. Some are trying to solve a hot spot before it becomes a blister. And other times, people just want the psychological reset of putting something fresh on their feet. Because gear changes are not always physical, sometimes they're mental too. A dry shirt, fresh socks, a warm layer, a clean hat, different shoes, those things can completely change how somebody emotionally feels during a difficult stretch of a race. It's almost like pressing a small reset button. And the race moves into the overnight hours, or when it does, where gear becomes even more important. Temperatures drop, your body slows down, fatigue increases, and tired people often get cold much faster. That's why you suddenly see runners adding layers, gloves, jackets, buffs, hats, stitching or switching lighting systems as the night settles in, and that's especially important on Loop B here at Survivorfest. Nothing builds better confidence like a bright headlamp at 3 a.m., and nothing destroys confidence faster than watching your light slowly dim in the middle of the night. That's why experienced runners carry backup batteries and backup lights. The good thing here at Survivorfest is that the route, even Loop B, is quite illuminated throughout the night. But ultra runners eventually learn a really important rule. If something can fail at hour 18, it probably will. And then there are all the little pieces of gear that don't look exciting, but quietly save races. Tapes, lubricant, those blister kits, wet wipes, extra socks, backup hats, a rain jacket or sunscreen. Tiny little survival tools people barely notice during the day until suddenly they matter a lot. And finally, we need to talk about the chair. The chair is one of the most dangerous pieces of equipment in ultra running because sitting down feels absolutely amazing, right up until the runner realizes they now have to stand up again. And after enough hours on tired legs, standing up from a folding chair can start looking less like athletics and more like a full body negotiation. You'll actually hear runners joking about this all the time. Don't let me sit too long. Or if I sit down, I may never leave. And honestly, they're only half joking because movement creates momentum in ultra running. Once the body fully stops, everything stiffens up very quickly. So when you see runners changing socks, adjusting layers, swapping shoes, or reorganizing gear during Survivorfest, that's not just people fussing around. That's their race management. Because in a 24-hour event, success usually comes from handling small problems before they become big ones. And after enough hours out there, one clean pair of socks can honestly feel a little bit magical. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And at some point during a 24-hour race, something important starts to happen. The race slowly stops being just physical, and it starts becoming mental. Now, early in the event, the body can carry a runner pretty well. The energy is high, the adrenaline is flowing, people feel fresh. There's excitement, music, spectators, conversation, support crews, aid stations, and the whole atmosphere of the event itself. In those early hours, most runners still feel connected to that excitement. But eventually, it changes. The course gets quieter. The conversations get shorter. The smiles become a little more tired. The legs get heavier and the body starts sending messages. And that's when the mental side of ultra running really begins to show itself. Because eventually, almost every runner reaches a point where the brain starts negotiating. How much longer do I have? Can I actually keep doing this? Why does the finish still seem so far away? Do I still care about my goal? Would it really be so bad if I stopped? And what makes this fascinating is that sports psychologists and endurance researchers have actually studied this extensively. For a long time, people thought endurance was mostly limited by muscle, lungs, or fitness. But modern endurance science has shown that the brain plays a massive role in regulating effort, fatigue, pacing, and motivation. In other words, fatigue is not just happening in the legs. Part of it is happening in the mind. Researchers sometimes describe this as the brain acting like a protective regulator. Long before the body is truly incapable of movement, the brain starts creating warning signs. Slow down, this is hard. Conserve energy. Pay attention. Maybe stop. And honestly, from a survivor perspective, that makes sense. The brain is trying to protect the body from going too far. But ultra runners spend years learning how to respond to those signals without panicking when they arrive. Because one of the biggest truths in ultra running is this: feeling bad does not always mean the race is over. Sometimes it just means you're in a hard section. And experienced ultra runners know something that newer runners often discover for the first time during races like this. Feelings change. A runner can feel terrible for 30 minutes and then suddenly feel much better. A low point can pass, energy can return, and a bad stretch can improve after food, caffeine, encouragement, cooling down, warming up, slowing down, or simply giving the body more time. Ultra runners even have a saying: never quit at a low point, because the mental side of endurance is constantly shifting. That's why experienced runners do something really important during long races. They make the race smaller, because thinking about 24 full hours at once can feel overwhelming. Even for elite runners, that's a massive amount of time. So instead of focusing on the entire race, they narrow their attention to the next lap, to the next corner, maybe to the aid station, maybe to the sunrise. Maybe it's the next time they stop and see their crew. That's one of the most powerful mental strategies in endurance sports. Not solving the whole race at once, just continuing forward in manageable pieces. And honestly, that's one of the reasons ultra running connects with so many people, even people who never run. Because life works like that too. Most difficult things in life are not solved all at once. Whether it's recovery, parenting, grief, stress, usually people get through those things the exact same way ultra runners get through a long race. One step at a time, one decision at a time, one manageable piece at a time. And that's why this sport can be surprisingly emotional. Because after enough hours, the race strips away a lot of the surface stuff. Nobody cares what pace someone ran in their first lap. Nobody cares what brand of shoes they're wearing. Nobody cares what the social media post might look like before the race or after. Eventually, it becomes very simple. Can this person keep choosing to continue? That's the real challenge. And mental toughness in ultra running is often misunderstood. Mental toughness does not mean someone feels confident and motivated the entire time. That's not realistic. Mental toughness means feeling awful and still continuing anyway. It might mean slowing down instead of quitting. It might mean walking when the body wants to stop. It might mean accepting discomfort without panicking. Or it could mean being patient enough to wait for the next good stretch to arrive. Because in long endurance events, patience becomes a skill. And this is where encouragement becomes incredibly important. Researchers have found that social support can genuinely improve endurance performance and reduce perceived effort. A simple comment from a volunteer, a crew member, a spectator, or another runner can interrupt negative thinking patterns and help someone emotionally reset. That's why even a small encouragement matters so much out there. So, if you come to see the runners, let them know they're doing great. Let them know they're still looking strong, and tell them to keep going. Those little moments can matter far more than people realize, especially deep into the night when runners are tired, emotional, sleep deprived, and mentally worn down. Every runner handles this mental battle differently. Some use mantras. Some dedicate laps to people they love. Some think about family, their training. Some use music as a way to help. Some become incredibly quiet and focused. And there's no single correct strategy. The important thing is finding a way to keep moving when the race gets heavy. So as you continue watching Survivorfest, remember this. Every time a runner comes around the track again, they've made another decision to continue, another decision to keep trying, another decision to stay in the fight, and another decision to move forward despite being tired. And honestly, that's powerful because eventually a 24-hour race becomes less about what the body wants to do and more about what the person is willing to keep choosing. One more lap, one more step, one more try. That's the mental game.
So we have Dylan and Yana here with us. They just finished the 6-hour race. Yana, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you heard about Survivorfest?
Right. So, well, I've been running since probably the time that I was 11. And I only got into running because, I actually didn't like any of the other sports and I needed some points for extracurricular activities as a teenager. So I got in and I wasn't very good at it. But as time went on, I got better and then I fell in love with it. And I made friends through running. And then it was like, okay, I'm going to stay in this community because these people actually welcome me. And that was just awesome. And then I'm just super passionate about running. And in the past, I've done a lot of charity fundraisers, like 30 marathons in 30 days for the Victoria Hospitals Foundation. And usually I've always considered myself a marathoner. I've done a few ultras before this, but this is my first ultra since 2020. when I did the 6 day. And after the 6 day there, I said, I'm never doing another ultra. I'm going to stick to marathons. But then it's like, I organized a similar timed race on Vancouver Island in Duncan. And somebody said that, oh, you should meet Laura, who organizes Survivorfest, and you should come for that. And I said, well, I don't know if I can make it in an ultra. So then I got convinced, like peer pressured by some friends to come here. And then I read about the race and about the cause. And that's what spoke to me. And that's why I said, okay, this is a great cause. I got to be here. And that's why I signed up for the 6 hour, because I wanted to get a much better 50K time than I've had before.
And you did it, right?
Yes. So my previous 50K attempt prior to this was like 6 hours and 15 minutes. And this time I just broke 5 hours, and then I kept going for 8 more K.
Amazing. Yeah, I've been watching you on Facebook, and your training has been right bang on, like for something like this. So Dylan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
How do I top that? Yeah, I started running during COVID. So I used to be a martial arts fighter. So I used to like run 5Ks and stuff to cut weight, but I couldn't imagine like running a 10K, you know, and COVID hit and then all the gyms shut down. I couldn't fight anymore or anything. So I was like, you know what? I'm gaining weight. I gotta do something. Like I could still run, you know, outside's not shut down. So started running. I started gradually increasing my mileage. And the first time I ran a 10K, I couldn't walk for like a week. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna run a half marathon. And then I just got obsessed. And then it was like 30K. Then it was like 2 weeks later, it was like 40K. And then it was 50K. And I just was like, wow, I'm like hitting mileage like fast. I was like, you know what? Maybe next year I'll sign up for a race when everything opens up. And then I ran Sulphur Springs 50 mile in like 9 hours and I think 53 minutes was my time, and I finished 10th, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so fast. I thought I was so good. And yeah, now like my 100K time, I just ran her Dream Nation course. I won the national championship for 100K in 7 hours and 32 minutes. So
amazing.
Wow.
In a 4-year span, I took quite a bit of time off, not just my 80K, but my 100K. So and then I'm not really motivated to get punched in the face anymore. Just a different kind of pain here. But yeah, that's basically my story.
And so how was your day today?
It started really well. I felt amazing, and then I started getting like a little niggle in my calf, and then it turned into like it was seizing up, and I was like, the fitness is still here. I feel like I could run, so I kept pushing through it. Then it was going through my abductor and into my hamstring, so I was like, you know what, I gotta stop. I got my crew to work on me for a little bit, and then I tried to walk a lap, and like I had to turn back because I couldn't even walk like 100 meters. So they worked on me some more, and it took probably like a little over 45 minutes. And then I walked like 3 loops, and then like I called it quits. I turned off my watch. I was like, I can't do this. Like my body's done. And then like 2 minutes after, I just screamed. I was like, no, back on we go. We're going out. Like I was like, I ain't no quitter. So I went back out there. I finished, got first place course record at least. But that's not the reason I was here. I was here for that national record, and I did not get that. But there's definitely some positives to take away at least. I just have really bad luck on your course, unfortunately. 2 years in a row. I've always felt really good on your course until it was a much different weather than last year, right? So, but got to build on this. Hopefully, find out what I'm doing next. I hopefully get selected for the Team Canada. We'll see. Should find out in the next couple weeks. If not, I'll probably just go back to her race and either do 24-hour or 100 miles.
Nice.
Yeah, go from there. But I gotta figure out next few weeks.
So what keeps you guys motivated? Like, because most people think of a looped race like Survivorfest, because 400-meter track. Like, what keeps you motivated? Do you keep track of like your laps, like so many laps in a
I have mental checkpoints. So like my first checkpoint, make it to 10K, then it's like half marathon, 30K, marathon, 50K, and then it slowly gets like 2.5K once I'm starting to struggle. So it kind of breaks it down easier. But I personally love track races because I hate wearing a running vest. I hate running with a handheld water bottle. I hate wearing a belt. I just like to run with nothing.
Yeah.
And so here I had the table set up. Everything's on the table. I just run by, grab it, run back, next loop, just drop it. And so that's what I love about track races. But my numbing, you have to train your mind. I do a lot of my long runs are all on tracks. Even like I try not to do like far like 30K loops for like long runs and stuff. I always make it as boring as possible. So when it comes to race day, my mind is like
ready,
so bored. So
ready. Nice.
Man, I gotta say, like, there was not a single point today where I felt bored at all. Like, honestly, every lap, just like seeing either your beautiful face or Dylan lapping me as he was trying to push.
You got me twice, though. You got me twice.
And then, you know, like Mike and everybody sitting there at the timing tent, just like, and people cheering, and like the other athletes being so encouraging too. Like, there is no possible way I could have been bored. And then, like, I was also on track for my goal. Like, at 30K, I was like, man, even if I walk the last 20K, I'm still gonna get 50K in 6 hours. So, like, I can just, like, have fun and relax. And then for some reason, I got a second wind at like 35K, and then I went some more, and then I had, like, a really good time overall. And then at 54K onwards, it was a bit of a fight, just because like the legs were starting to get angry a little bit. But then I saw your beautiful face again, and then I wanted to run faster. And like,
Dopamine rush.
exactly. And then like also like, you know, the crew being there and also cheering.
They were so good.
Like they were so awesome. Like they were spot on with everything that we wanted.
100%.
And so like that's great, because I also hate running with a vest or running with other stuff. So like I agree with Dylan. Track races are awesome.
Yeah.
And also the cause.
Thank
like,
you.
You can
Thanks.
think about like when you think about pain that we experience on the track, the pain that the people that we're running for, that we're doing this for, are experiencing is far worse. So I have to remember that when I run too. And that was like a good
even like
mental
coming from
checkpoint.
like trail running, I was like, oh, how hard could a track race be? Like I'm used to running like hills and stuff. I didn't take into consideration it's the same muscles you're just pounding over and over again. There's no slight up and downhill. There's nothing. You're just straight. Those same muscles are just worked the whole time, no matter what your distance is. So I definitely underestimated that my first track race. I was like, whoa, why do my legs feel like that? This is like super flat. Like, but it helps having just a slight bit of uphill or downhill. Just like one little mini hill maybe would help, but yeah, that's why it's good. That's why you actually got to train running flat if you're doing a flat race. Like doing hill work helps, but you got to do a lot of flat. You got to work those muscles.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, today it was more of a
Okay,
electrolyte thing, but
how are you gonna reward yourselves?
Oh,
I'm
man.
going to get Mexican food.
I think I want a Dairy Queen Blizzard or something.
Okay,
Like, I
yeah.
want like whatever junk food that I've been craving for the past like several hours that I couldn't have. I'm gonna have it today.
And how long are you guys in the Edmonton Sherwood Park area?
I
We
leave-
leave tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And will you wear anything like special on the plane, like on your flights, like compression or anything, or
No.
no?
No, it's like, you know, the massage people over there really helped with my
Nice.
legs. So I want to give them a massive shout out for that, because like now I can actually
That
use
was-
my
yeah,
legs
that
again.
helped so much,
Yeah.
yeah.
Good.
I had to
Good.
convince him to get on the table.
I was so depressed at my result. I was like, I just want to go home and cry a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Make me feel better.
Oh, you did
cry
great.
about a course record.
You did.
though.
Yeah, but,
And you got a personal best in the 50K, didn't you?
yeah, I get
And first.
Yeah, 3 hour, 23-minute 50Ks. There's definitely positives to take away. The course record, obviously, in first place. So I can't be mad, but I'm definitely disappointed. Still take a little bit to get over it.
Yeah.
I'll live. I'm motivated. Honestly, the best thing for motivation I find is a setback. As soon as like you get a setback, I find it just lights a fire in you.
Oh man, I
And
wish
you
that
come back-
Survivorfest was 2 weeks from
Yeah,
now,
I
so
know,
that
right? Like,
you could take that
Man,
setback
I'm
and
gonna
like
take a week off running. I'm gonna get real angry when I come back to.
But
running,
actually,
so.
Yana will probably, if this is a setback, Yana, your race is in September. Tell us a
Yes.
little bit about your race.
Okay, so basically our race is also like separate, like similar to this one in terms of format and in terms of like how the timing is done. Like you get timed every lap and only the full lap counts. And if people want to get records, they only get the full lap. There's a 3-hour option, a 6-hour option, 12 and 24. And there's also like a relay option for each one of those where members alternate on the track.
Nice.
We don't have a loop B though, because I like to have my eye on everybody at all times. Because like we actually operate it with a very small crew right now. So like we're keeping it, like we're trying to grow it, but we're keeping it like at a sustainable
So
rate of growth.
what's your max for athletes?
I think that the most we can have this year is probably 30, but if more than 30 want to sign up before a specific time, then I can make sure to get enough of the wrist timing chips to make sure that we can accommodate extra people. But 50 is like the absolute limit for what we can have on the truck without having to do like a lane 2 certification or a lane 3 or something like that and separate people out. Because otherwise it does get pretty crowded if you get like too many people on the track at once. And then it's like harder for the really fast people trying for records to
And like, yeah, some
get
people don't understand the track adequate when they sign up for a track race. They just think, yo, you just run in the first lane.
In the
and now if I
middle.
got to walk, I stay in that first lane. And it's
And I mean,
a lot of bobbing and weaving, right?
Yeah, I mean, I walked in the first lane, like in the lane 1 here too, but I was like really trying to stick to the very side or the side on the outside, like just trying to make it so that, you know, enough people can pass if they're going really
I'll
fast.
just yell at you when I'm
Yeah.
coming. Like, get out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. And I will always get out of his way because like I wanted him to get that record so badly. Like I was like cheering for him every time
I
he
know,
left
every time she passed, I like give me the speak, giving her a thumbs up.
Yeah, because I was like, go Dylan, you got this.
Turns out I did not get that, but
you were
but hey,
like, you were
positive.
on pace
So close.
for so long.
Yeah. So, oh, thank you for the hug, Celeste. Steve, thank you for all your help today. Okay, do you have any questions for me as the RD or?
Oh no, everything was great.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's such a well-run event. I
Thank
wish it
you.
was closer to home. I would do it literally every year, but
thanks.
But like I'm 0 for 2 on this course now. I definitely got to come back one more time. I don't know when, but definitely got a bone to pick here.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love
I
it.
want to come back because now the 60K goal in 6 hours is like, I feel like it's mentally within reach.
Yeah.
And if I train enough and it's like, you know, and I feel like I can also learn a lot from you for our race coming up in September because I'm a new race director compared to you. So
Well,
I want to learn from you.
Part of like what I've learned through RDing is that the other race directors have taught me so much. So it's like really similar to mentoring. Like I have tons to still learn and I go help out at other events because I want to see, you know, what they're doing, what the swag is. And like, so it's just a natural for me to want to grow your event as well, because like we discussed earlier, like timed running event is such a niche sport in itself, but yet it brings so much joy to so many people. Like the camaraderie and sportsmanship and the supportive environment is just
like everyone has a different
really
story, right?
beautiful
Especially in
to
ultra running,
see.
you get a lot of like addicts and alcoholics and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Change their
we
life
haven't
around
even
running,
started
right?
down that like.
Well, I suffered with alcoholism, right? So I had years of alcohol abuse, constantly blacking out, and then running helped sober me up. I'm a little over a year sober now. She's
I'm a little over a year sober too.
We're both sober athletes now, and honestly, the recovery's better. Everything's better. I'm putting up better numbers, and yeah, it's nice not having a hangover.
Yeah,
like,
yes,
for
like
sure.
for the morning long run, not having a hangover is awesome, and like not craving that beer after a race anymore or after a long run is awesome. And also just like doing it for a good cause, like what you're doing here, it's for a great cause. And then
Thank
I
you.
organize our event as a volunteer race director because I want more money to go to the Victoria Hospitals Foundation, and that's a charity that I support because they saved my friend's life, and that's why I want to do that.
Yeah, amazing.
And that's why it's like running for a cause. When you are running for a purpose, it's like you can't get bored. And that's how I feel.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to let you guys go because I know you must be hungry and you're itching for the Mexican food.
yeah.
I'm going to give you a recommendation. And thank you for taking the time to chat with us and everyone else on our live broadcast. And here's to next year.
Yes, next year.
One more question.
Oh.
What's the name of your race?
Oh, it's called the Dream Nation Apparel Vancouver Island 24-hour. And it's in Duncan on September 19th. And we got, I think, about 10 or 11 spots left still for this year.
And you got the 100K national championship
That's
again
right.
out there?
Yes, we got a 100K national championship this year again. And
wonderful. Yeah,
that's
great.
exciting.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
You're
do you
watching
guys have them?
Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And while this event is absolutely about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult, at the heart of Survivorfest is something much bigger than running. Survivorfest exists to raise awareness and funds for the Saffron Center right here in Sherwood Park. And one of the most important things we can do during this broadcast is take a moment to talk about why that matters. Because sexual violence is far more common than people realize. Saffron Center is a non-profit charitable organization that provides counseling, crisis response, prevention-focused education, police and court support, and system navigation for people impacted by sexual violence. They support children, youth, adults, families, survivors of both recent and historic abuse, and people trying to navigate some of the hardest moments of their lives. And the statistics around this issue are difficult, but they matter. Saffron shares that 43% of Albertans have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Just pause on that for a second. 43%. And if that number doesn't feel hard to picture, here's another way to think about it. That represents approximately 1.8 million Albertans. That means this issue is not rare. It's not distant. It's not somewhere else. It exists right here in our communities, in our schools, at our workplaces, on our sports teams, our families, and often much closer than people realize. Saffron also shares that 67% of Albertans personally know a survivor of sexual violence. And honestly, that is a statistic that really changes the conversation, because even if somebody watching tonight has not personally experienced sexual violence, there's a very good chance they know someone who has. Maybe someone who has spoken openly about it, maybe someone who never has. And that's one of the reasons awareness matters so much, because sexual violence often carries silence with it, through fear, shame, confusion, self-blame, and stigma. And those things can make it incredibly difficult for survivors to speak up or ask for support. And when communities talk about this openly, respectfully, and compassionately, it reduces that isolation. It helps survivors know they are not alone, that they will be believed, that support exists, and that healing is possible. That's why Survivorfest matters. Every athlete running laps out on this course tonight, every volunteer, every sponsor, every donor, every person sharing this live broadcast, every person simply just showing up helps carry that message forward. And the work Saffron does goes far beyond crisis response. A huge part of their mission is prevention education, because one of the most powerful ways to reduce sexual violence is through education before harm happens. Saffron delivers programming to schools, sports organizations, community groups, parents, youth, and workplaces, and focus on topics like healthy relationships, consent, boundaries, internet safety, sexual harassment, sexual awareness, and how to respond when somebody discloses abuse. And that education is reaching a lot of people. Last year alone, Saffron's prevention and education programs reached nearly 16,000 children, youth, and adults throughout the community that they serve. Think about that. 16,000 people have had conversations about consent, respect, and boundaries, as well as safety and healthy relationships. Now that matters, because prevention work often happens quietly. You don't always see the impact immediately, but those conversations can change how somebody understands relationships, how somebody responds when a friend asks for help, how a parent talks to their child, how a coach creates safer environments for athletes, and how schools and organizations build healthier cultures. And Saffron support services continues to grow because the need continues to grow. Last year alone, Saffron supported 938 people through counseling, crisis response, system navigation, and specialized police and court support. That represented a 44% increase in demand in just the last couple of years. Their specialized police and court system or support team also saw its caseload increase by nearly 60%, helping survivors navigate police reporting, investigations, court appearances, and sentencing processes. And that support matters because healing is not simple. Sexual violence can affect mental health, relationships, trust, school, work, family life, physical health as well. And having trauma-informed support can genuinely change lives. And there's another reason this connection matters so much at an event like Survivorfest. Sport and endurance communities are built around trust, vulnerability, teamwork, encouragement, and community. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. One of the really interesting things about ultrarunning is that once you spend enough time around the sport, you realize it has a very different feeling than a lot of other athletic events. Now, don't get me wrong, there's definitely competition out there. There are runners that are chasing their personal bests, runners trying to hit those huge distance goals, runners trying to win their category or set records, and here at Survivorfest, qualify for potentially their national team to run at the national level. But at the same time, there's also a strong sense of community that's hard to explain until you see it in person. Because ultra runners understand something important. At some point, this race becomes difficult for everybody. It doesn't matter if someone is leading the race or walking near the back of the pack. Eventually, everyone has to deal with fatigue, or the discomfort or self-doubt, or sleeplessness, or nutrition issues, or the mental battle of continuing when continuing gets really hard. And that shared difficulty creates a different kind of atmosphere. You'll see runners encouraging others, checking in on each other, sharing advice, maybe sharing food, maybe making jokes or helping somebody through a rough stretch. And that's one of the things that makes this sport special. It brings people together through shared struggle. And what's fascinating is that many ultra runners probably shared that exact same way, or started that exact same way, with curiosity. At some point, somebody runs a 5K and thinks, that was hard, but kind of interesting. Then maybe a 10K, then maybe a half marathon, then a marathon. And somewhere along the way, a question starts showing up. I wonder if I could go farther. Could I run 50 kilometers? What about running through the night? Maybe a 100-miler. Could I keep moving for over 24 hours? And eventually, some people stop wondering and decide to try. That's a huge part of the spirit of ultrarunning. Curiosity, patience, community, and honestly, just enough stubbornness to keep going when things stop being comfortable. And there are so many different forms of the sport too. Some races happen in the mountains, some happen on trails, some happen on roads, some happen on tracks just like this one. Some races last multiple days, and some are based on distance while others are entirely based on time. And that's what makes a 24-hour race so interesting. The finish line is not a place, it's a time. The question is not, how long will it take somebody to finish? The question is, how far can somebody go before time runs out? And that creates room for so many different stories to exist at the same event. One runner may be chasing a podium finish. Another may be trying to break a personal record. Another may be attempting their first ultra. Another may simply be hoping to make it to sunrise. Well, another might be here because of the cause behind Survivorfest. And of all of those stories, they all matter. That's part of the spirit of the sport. Ultrarunning is not just about speed, it's about persistence, adaptation, patience, and community, and continuing to move forward when things get difficult. Even people who never plan on running an ultra can still connect with what's happening out there, because the lessons apply far beyond running. One of the biggest lessons ultra running teaches is that big challenges have to be broken down. Nobody really runs 24 hours all at once. They run this lap, they run the next lap, then the next one after that. They solve one problem, then another problem, then another one. And that's how most difficult things in life work too. If you stare at the entire challenge at once, it can feel overwhelming. But if you focus on the next step, the next conversation, the next hour, the next manageable piece, suddenly it becomes possible to keep moving forward. Another lesson ultra runners learn very quickly is that feeling changes. That's a really important one. In a race this long, somebody can feel terrible and then feel better an hour later. They could feel discouraged and they can suddenly find energy again. They can feel emotional, exhausted, frustrated, or just completely done. And then somehow come back around after food, encouragement, rest, sunrise, or simply more time. That's one of the biggest mental lessons in endurance sports. A hard moment does not always last forever. And then there's the lesson of support. Ultra running constantly reminds people that humans do hard things better together. Crew members matter, volunteers matter, encouragement matters, community matters. Sometimes the strongest thing somebody can hear at 3 a.m. is simply, "You're okay," or "Keep going." And maybe the biggest lesson of all is patience, because ultra running refuses to be rushed. You can't skip the night. You can't force the body to feel fresh forever. You can't pretend the distance isn't difficult. You have to stay with it, one step at a time. And honestly, that's probably why events like Survivorfest resonate with so many people watching from home, because everybody understands what it feels like to keep going through something difficult. Everybody understands the hard days or the setbacks or the support that's needed, or wanting to stop and decide to continue anyways. Ultra running just puts those struggles out in the open where we can actually see them, and they're happening in real time. And sometimes the most inspiring moments out here are not the fastest lap. Sometimes they're the quietest ones. The laps where somebody had to make a very simple but difficult decision to keep going. And that's something all of us can learn from. You're watching Survivorfest 2026.
It's time for another
live in
athlete
Strathcona
spotlight
Athletic
series
Park
here
in
at
Sherwood Park,
Survivorfest.
Alberta. And while
As the
this
race
event
continues to go on, these stories start to land a little differently. Earlier in the day, athletes' goals can sound exciting and ambitious, but later in the race, once the fatigue starts building, those goals become more meaningful. Because now we understand that every athlete out there is carrying something with them. A reason, a person, a memory, a goal, a piece of advice, a phrase that they repeat when things get hard, a food they hope will keep working, and sometimes just enough stubbornness to take one more step. So let's continue sharing the stories of the athletes who are part of Survivorfest. So in this edition, we're going to start with Cyril Tomczyk, also known as Kirill, from Thornton, Ontario, racing the 24-hour Loop A event. Now, this is their first ever ultra. And he did not exactly start small here, did he? He got into running because his wife talked him into jogging with her. At first, he was hesitant. He said he had not run a mile in his life, but after a few months, he kind of liked it, and they decided to do a race. There were no 5K races available at the time, so they just went straight to 10K. Then a half marathon, then a full marathon in the same year. That escalated quickly. It turned out he was good at running, so he stuck with it. Now, more than 8 years later, he is here at Survivorfest to test his limits and see how far he can go in 24 hours. He's also hoping to have some fun and make some new friends. His favorite race memory is the 2022 Curacao Marathon in the Caribbean, which he ran as his 50th birthday celebration. The race starts at 3 a.m. because of the heat, and his favorite memory is being chased by stray dogs. He says he thinks he ran his fastest split, and that's one way to definitely do speed work, isn't it? So he prefers gels because they are convenient and easy to digest, and his motivation is deeply personal. Last year, he was diagnosed with cancer, and he was not sure if he'd be able to train at the level he used to. Thankfully, treatment worked, and he is now in remission. Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations. And he's promised himself that as long as he is healthy enough to run, he's going to keep pushing himself to discover his limits. His wife, Alex, who got him into running, is his biggest supporter, believer, crew captain, and crew. And what a story that is. And we hope your first ultra is everything you came here for. And thank you for joining the Survivorfest family. Next, we have Michelle Anderson from Sherwood Park racing the 12-hour Loop A event. And now Michelle got into running because she was curious to see what she could do. That curiosity is probably responsible for a lot of running or ultra running registrations. Her goal this year is 100K, which she says would be nice. Her favorite Survivorfest memory is when the sprinklers came on in 2022, which sounds like one of those moments that probably was not planned for, but became unforgettable. And I can tell you 100%, Michelle, that was not planned for. And that to this day, when we plan the event, we remind Laura every year to double check with the county to make sure they turn those timers off. Great memory. Well, for me, because I stayed dry. So Michelle also shared that she used to be a smoker, and now she's chasing that 100K mark. Her race fuel is Nerd Gummy Clusters, and her song this year is Feet Don't Fail Me Now by Rationale. She says she's motivated herself, and she's most looking forward to seeing her coached runner do her first Survivorfest and Ultra. That's really cool about this story. Michelle's not just racing her own race, she's also getting to watch someone she coaches step into the event for the very first time. Now, her advice is simple. Do it and see what you can do. So good luck out there today, Michelle. We'll be cheering you on. Next, we have Jerry Davidson from Wainwright taking on the Loop, the 24-hour Loop A event.
Jerry's ultra running story began after returning from Afghanistan. She had run the ex-Mountain Man military race 11 times and then had the opportunity to solo the Canadian Death Race. She was excited for a new challenge and dove headfirst into the ultra world, and she's never looked back. Her goal this year is connected to something even bigger. It's going to be completing the Divide 200 later this year. Her favorite race memory comes from running Sedona, where everyone else dreaded the hangover trail, but Jerry was excited for it. She remembers feeling good and strong, climbing sandstone at midnight with the moon like a spotlight overlooking the Sedona Desert. That is a pretty cool image, I have to say that. Her race fuel includes homemade peanut butter gels and watermelon, and her mantra starts with "just keep swimming," which she says jokingly, but the real message is taking another step forward. Every step is one step closer. She says never look at the whole race. Look at the next aid station, or in this case, the next lap. Jerry is motivated by racers, by strong women, and by the empowerment of being out there. She talks about embracing where your body can take you, embracing the journey and pushing through hard times and finding joy along the way. Her advice: don't be afraid of failure. Make big goals. Find your limitations and find the joy in it all. She also has a message for Paul Hill. Get ready to make some bread. I would really like to know more about that, so I may have to see if I can dig into that a little bit today. Next, we have Natalie Shanahan from Edmonton, racing the 24-hour Loop A event. Natalie started her running early in her 20s when she lived in New Zealand, where she completed her first marathon. She got into ultra running by accident during a relay event that ended up short 2 runners. She trained for 21K, but ended up running 70K. That is a pretty interesting way to discover that you can do crazy things. Now, after years in the sport, Natalie is coming into Survivorfest with big goals. Her first goal is to have fun and stay moving for the full 24 hours. But her next goal is to requalify for the national team. And if possible, her dream is to win the national championship title. And so Natalie has a really big day ahead. Her favorite race memory is from Fat Dog 120, where she describes as her accidental first ultra. She was completely depleted and ready to drop out near the second last aid station when she came across a wooden log bridge decorated in glow sticks in the pitch black night. The volunteers took care of her, gave her food, and wouldn't let her quit. Then 2 volunteers ran the last few kilometers with her to the finish line. She described it as magical. And that's the kind of story that explains why ultra runners and ultra running volunteers matter so much. Natalie's race fuel is whatever she wants, including sandwiches, pierogies, her famous ginger snap cookies from her grandma's recipe, and, of course, Tailwind. Her current mantra is, I am strong, I am capable, I am resilient, and I am loved no matter what. Her kids are a huge motivator, along with friends, coworkers, and family who love and support her. She wants to smile, laugh, and encourage all the athletes on the track so everyone has the best day possible. Her advice is to pace yourself, don't go out too hard, too fast, don't try something new on race day, and don't forget your smile. Natalie wants to recognize her husband, Liam, who she calls the world's best husband. She says he is the best partner and supporter, making sure she is cared for and has time to train and race. He believes in her like nobody else. Natalie, we hope today is full of smiles, strength, and maybe a few ginger snap power laps. Now, next we have a mother-daughter story, which is always special. We have Katie Kinahan from Spruce Grove, who's racing the 24-hour Loop B event. Katie got into running after a friend invited her to do a leg of the relay. That led her to do her first 50K, and things have only grown from there. Her goal for this year is 100 kilometers. And her favorite race memory is getting to pace her mom on the last leg of her 100K race after Katie already had done the 50K. Her race fuel is maple syrup, and what she is most looking forward to at Survivorfest is running with her mom. And that brings her to her mom, Marianne Kinahan. Also from Spruce Grove, running the same 24-hour Loop B event. Marianne's running story is directly connected to Katie. She supported her daughter at Katie's first 50K River's Edge Ultra in September 2023, and Katie became her inspiration. Marianne also discovered something really important. You don't have to run the whole race. In 2024, she completed the same 50K, and in 2025, she completed 100K. Now, her goal at Survivorfest is 100 kilometers in less than 18 hours. Her favorite race memory is from the middle of a dark night when she and Katie heard an animal in the bush beside them. Katie stopped to listen, and Marianne, despite being the more sleep-deprived one, was apparently thinking more clearly and said, essentially, let's get out of here. I'm wondering if that's the exact word she used. Marianne shared that when she was younger, she thought she had to do a marathon before 40, or she would miss her chance. She did that marathon at 39, then took 13 years off of running before discovering the joy of trails. Her race food includes Welch's gummies and salty pancakes. Her quote is Psalm 121, I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. And she is motivated by gratitude that she is able to do this. And her advice is, do it. We are capable of so much more than we think we can do. So Katie and Marianne, what an amazing thing to share this race together. Good luck. Next, Adele Peters from Calgary, racing the 12-hour Loop B event. Now, Adele got into running when her husband signed the family up for a race in San Francisco. Adele and her son were doing the 10K when her husband and the daughter were doing the half marathon. Since she had never run before, she signed up for the 10-kilometer clinic. During training, they made some awesome friends, some of whom they're still running with them today and are even racing here at Survivorfest. Now, that's how the running communities are built. One clinic, one race, one group of people that somehow become part of your life. Adele's goal this year is 75 to 80 kilometers. And along the way, her race food is going to be watermelon and potato chips. Her song, Feet Don't Fail Me Now by Queens of the Stone Age, and her mindset is, I can do hard things. And she's most looking forward to running with friends. Her advice, you don't always have to be fast. You just have to keep moving. Adele wants to recognize her husband, Rich, for getting her started in running, the original running group, and Elizabeth for coming on all the adventures. Good luck today, Adele. Now, let's move to Wayne Gaudette from Exshaw, Alberta, racing the 24-hour Loop A event. Wayne describes himself as a late bloomer. He did not get into running until around age 40. In his 20s, he lived a more sedentary lifestyle. In his 30s, he focused more on cycling. Then a friend convinced him to try the 1997 Victoria Marathon. And that race lit a fire. One marathon led to another, and eventually Wayne moved into ultramarathons. In 2011, he completed his first 24-hour event representing Team Canada at the Commonwealth Championship in Wales, where he led the Canadian team in mileage. That performance earned him a spot at the 2012 World Championship in Poland. And if you were at the Survivorfest in 2024, you know Wayne delivered one of the most remarkable performances in Canadian Masters Ultra history. At Survivorfest 2024, Wayne set 5 new Canadian male over 65 records, all ratified by the Association of Canadian Ultramarathons. He set records for 50 miles, 100 kilometers, 12 hours, 100 miles, and 24 hours. And his 24-hour distance was 202.892 kilometers. He swept the men over 65 category and finished second overall among 27 competitors in the 24-hour race. And he did it in brutal conditions with heavy rain, strong winds, and even hail. Wayne completed 507 laps of the 400-meter track, and in the final hours he developed a pronounced lean to the left and was forced to walk. But he never gave in. With his wife Trish by his side as crew, he stayed consistent and focused right to the end. After the race, Wayne was still processing what he had accomplished and joked, "Geez, I have to set some goals." Wayne has been part of the Canadian ultra running community for years, with races like the Grizzly Ultra, Lost Souls Ultra, Canadian Death Race, Sinister 7, Western States 100, and many more on his resume. He is known for consistency, humility, careful preparation, and incredible resilience. Welcome back, Wayne. It's always special to have someone with your history and experience on the course. So many amazing stories. But when you hear these stories together, you realize something important. There's no single path into ultra running. One athlete starts after a friend invites him to do a relay. Another starts because their daughter inspires them. Another starts after cancer. Another starts after a conversation with a doctor. Some start to lose weight. Another starts because running gave them somewhere to belong. And eventually, somehow, they all ended up here at Survivorfest, on the same course, moving through the same hours, supporting the same cause. And that's what makes this event so meaningful. Some athletes are here chasing the national records, the 100-miler, the 100K, or some are just here for their very first ultra. Some are running for family or charity, or some are running through grief. And all of those reasons belong here. So as you continue watching the race, remember that every runner has a story we may only be seeing a small part of. Every lap has a reason behind it. Every tired smile means something. Every aid station stop, every walk break, every push through the night, every final hour is part of a much bigger story. That is why the Athlete Spotlight is one of my absolute favorite parts of this broadcast, because the race is just not about distance. It's about people. And these people are pretty incredible. You're watching Survivorfest 2026 live from Strathcona Athletic Park in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And one of the really interesting things about ultrarunning is that while it may look like an individual sport, nobody really does this alone. Yes, the runners are the ones covering the distance. They're the ones out there moving through the heat, the fatigue, the overnight hours, and all the highs and the lows that come with a 24-hour race. But behind every runner is an elite, entire support system helping make that possible. And honestly, that support becomes more important the longer the race goes on. Because after enough hours, ultrarunning stops being just physical. Small decisions become harder, emotions become bigger, simple things suddenly matter a lot. And that's where crew members become incredibly important. A good crew member is quietly watching everything, just not pace or distance, but little changes. How does the runner look coming into the aid station? Are they still eating? Are they getting quieter, colder, frustrated? Are they still making good decisions? And sometimes the most important thing a crew member does is reduce the number of decisions a tired runner has to make. Because after being awake and moving for 16 or 20 hours, even simple questions can feel overwhelming. Like, what do you want to eat? Do you need a jacket? Should you slow down? Do you need caffeine? Or should you change your shoes? A tired runner will sometimes answer every question the same way. I don't know. And that's when an experienced crew member steps in calmly and says, okay, eat this, or drink this, or put this on, you're doing fine, or one more lap. And honestly, sometimes that's exactly what the runner needs. Not motivation, not some big speech, just somebody calm beside them, helping simplify the moment. And then they're the volunteers. If you spend enough time around an ultramarathon, you start realizing that ultrarunning volunteers might be some of the kindest people on the planet, especially those ones that spend their time overnight. Because while most of the world is asleep, they're still out there filling cups, making soup, cheering for the runners, and encouraging complete strangers through difficult moments. And what's interesting is that encouragement genuinely matters. Research in endurance sports has shown that social support can actually reduce perceived effort and improve performance. And so in simple terms, people do better when they feel supported. That's why something as simple as volunteers smiling or saying, "You're doing great," can matter so much at 2 o'clock in the morning. Even if the runner absolutely does not feel great. And honestly, some of the most meaningful moments in ultrarunning are surprisingly small. A volunteer handing somebody warm soup, or a crew member helping change shoes. A tired runner sitting quietly while someone refills their water bottles. Another athlete saying, "Come on, let's do it. One more lap." Those are moments that stick with people. And then there's the organizing side of events like Survivorfest. What people see on race weekend is only a tiny fraction of the work involved. There are months behind the scenes planning most people will never notice. Coordinating volunteers, managing logistics, preparing a course, working with sponsors, building schedules, and solving problems before they even happen. And usually, most of that hard work is done by volunteers too. People with jobs, families, responsibilities, and busy lives who still choose to give their time because they believe in the event and the mission behind it. And that's really what makes ultrarunning communities feel different. Yes, people come here to challenge themselves physically, but underneath all of that is something much more human. People helping other people do hard things. That's the real story of events like Survivorfest. Every lap completed tonight is supported by a whole network of people. The runners may be moving the miles, but the community is carrying the event. And honestly, after enough time around ultrarunning, you realize that the community might be the strongest thing out there. I want to take a moment to remind everyone why Survivorfest exists. This event is about endurance, community, and athletes pushing themselves through something incredibly difficult. But at the heart of it all is the Saffron Center. The Saffron Center provides counseling, crisis response, advocacy, police Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm pretty excited to announce that Martin Lambert has his second world record today at Survivorfest. Martin just passed the world record for 12 hours, completing 113.544 kilometers. And is still going and has another 31 minutes to keep building on that world record. Martin now has 2 world records at Survivorfest. Congratulations, Martin.